Chapter 12:22, The Frightened World. As it was shrouded in a green light, the peacock tree quickly emitted a mist that covered all of Peacock Land. At this time, even heavenly mirrors couldn't see through it, so no one knew what was going on inside. The Jade Sea became silent again, and the same went for the ancestors watching from the distance. What happened today was too shocking. It could even be said that many didn't know how to start talking about it. A blood ceremony of 1 billion teeming fish had incited a heaven's punishment. Ultimately, the peacock tree's life replenishment was successful. It became one of the most incredible miracles across all the eons. Even those who witnessed this miracle with their own eyes couldn't comment on it. Some were very curious about the current state of Peacock Land, but no one dared to step inside, not even to the nearby sea regions. At least this was the case for now, because they didn't know the peacock tree's attitude towards outsiders. If it was angry, then regardless of how strong one might be, they would only be seeking death. Thus, the only thing to do was to wait until everything returned to normal before going there. This was an amazing strategy. After a while, an ancestor commented, "Who knows how strong Li Chia's cultivation is?" But this was quite a frightening plan. One would be hard-pressed to top it. But was it really Li Chia's strategy? A big shot was skeptical about this. Many great powers were debating this matter privately. A sea demon ancestor contemplated before speaking, everything was too perfect, there were zero issues. Could a nameless junior actually do something like this? Only an experienced strategist with great vision could pull off something of this caliber. Antagonizing the teeming fish, the extreme Yang school, and the immaculate expanse before sacrificing all of them. Perhaps his choice of these three factions was made through careful deliberation. The teeming fish was a ferocious tribe and would definitely seek revenge with their full force. What was more important were their sheer numbers. No other race in the heaven spirit world was more suitable. The extreme Yang school was a hard Yang lineage and also had a great formation, the extreme Yang cauldron. It was the best type of cauldron for blood refinement. Meanwhile, the immaculate expanse was a soft and mild lineage. Their law-evading sword formation was great for tempering the treasure blood. These three together were mutually beneficial. There couldn't be such a coincidence, especially when the cauldron and sword formations were taken into account. Such means didn't only involve strategy, but also great knowledge as well as the ability to have absolute control of the situation. Strategy, knowledge, and absolute power were indispensable in this plan. Without any of them, it was impossible to achieve this miracle. Because of this, an ancestor from a tree father's lineage had to ask, can this young junior, who was completely unknown, come up with this type of scheme or have so much insight? The other big shots here were quiet while the other ancestors mused the question. This great scheme must have been concocted by the peacock tree. Only a character like a tree father would be able to come up with this great plan to complete the blood refinement. A mere human junior can't possibly do such a thing. After thinking about it, many felt that this great plan wasn't something a junior could fabricate. In the entire heaven spirit world, no young genius could do so. This was heavily debated by these senior characters. For example, the profound god monarch, the sea shield prince and the swift Tao god most likely didn't have the ability to carry this out. Thus, they concluded that Li Chia was only carrying out the strategy of the peacock tree. He was a blade used in this situation to carry out the terrifying blood refinement. However, there was a problem with this train of thought. Many people knew that once a tree father returned to the earth, it was the same as returning to the origin. They would no longer have their own intelligence, no longer be able to communicate with others. So even if the tree was the one that planned all of this, how did it communicate with Li Chia? There is only one possibility. A great character from another tree father's lineage answered, he must be a controller. Li Chia is the peacock tree's controller. Only controllers are able to communicate with ancestral trees. A tree controller, An ancestor murmured, it is very difficult for a tree father's lineage to produce a controller. In the legends, even the Golden Isle only had one controller. No matter what, the peacock tree has carried out the life replenishment successfully. The sect master enviously spoke, Peacock Land has finally been saved. Since this land wasn't destroyed, it remains a tree father's continent. Anyone or any lineage would covet it. Unfortunately, the land has only accepted humans even till this point. It didn't grant entrance to the three great races for millions of years, so only humans settled down at Peacock Land. While others were discussing the great blood refinement, the void imperfection three schools who had more information was quiet. Compared to the speculating ancestors, they knew who actually did it. However, they didn't wish to discuss certain matters with others. Or rather, they weren't willing to share this crucial information with outsiders. As for someone who was privy to everything, Kong Chinru chose to stay quiet as well by burying this matter deep in her heart. She wouldn't even disclose it to those closest to her. She didn't know how to feel about the whole endeavor. Should she be afraid of Li Chia's awe-inspiring means or sympathize with the death of a billion teeming fish? Perhaps she should be excited about the successful life replenishment. Prior to this, she understood what Li Chia wanted to do from his implicative words, but she still made a choice to help carry out the terrible blood refinement. Like he said, there was no free lunch in this world. There would always be a great price to pay, and it wasn't something that she or the exquisite valley could afford. Some might say that the peacock tree and Li Chia were too cruel by carrying out the blood ceremony. It was a vicious plundering of life. Alas, even more were happy. For many cultivators and sects, the disappearance of a billion teeming fish carried great significance. It meant that the territories of the seas were freed up. This would be a great and long feast for many marine kingdoms and tribes in the upcoming days. An expert stated, since the start of time, supreme experts have always marched through countless bones, so it is no big deal that the peacock tree sacrificed a billion fish for its own life. This is a world of the strong, and the peacock tree stands at the top. Even if it devours all of the teeming fish, it is completely understandable. At this time, the majority believed that this blood ceremony came from the peacock tree. Well, yes, the Jade Sea will be much more peaceful without these teeming fish. More resources have been freed up for the other tribes and lineages. They would have been purged already if it wasn't for their swift reproductive capabilities. Maybe there will be more room for growth out of this. Many sects were applauding this development, no one even thought that it was too drastic. In their opinion, these fish were the locusts of the sea. They crazily multiplied and took up too much room. Many sects had been dissatisfied with them, but they couldn't do anything out of fear of the fish's great numbers. Now, they were refined by the peacock tree and lost around 70 to 80% of their forces. Perhaps in all the corners of the oceans, one would find it difficult to find a lineage unhappy about this development outside of the teeming fish themselves. The truth was that many marine sects and kingdoms had taken swift action to occupy the territories of the teeming fish. In just one night, war raged across the oceans as people vied for resources. Until now, the teeming fish had taken too many territories in the marine regions, so today, outside of capturing resources, various tribes and lineages also wanted revenge since the teeming fish robbed them of it in the past. Chapter 1223, Quiet Aftermath. Peacock Land was still very quiet. The day came and went with no one daring to enter. They were afraid of the peacock tree's wrath and another terrible blood refinement. Li Chia also enjoyed the calm and peace during this period of time. In fact, many people had shifted their attention to the wars for territories and resources. The majority of the sects and kingdoms were busy waging battles in the teeming fish's marine regions. They didn't have the time or energy to enter Peacock Land. At the same time, the teeming fish became a dog with a dead owner overnight. They were ganged up on by almost everyone. The breeze gently blew under the peacock tree. At this time, it looked completely different with verdant leaves. It emitted an exuberant aura after the replenishment. It was clear that it would be able to live for a long time. Li Qiye's harvest was quite sizable as well. He was able to devour the heaven's punishment, giving him the ability to solve the problem of the life origination. He was quite content with his gains since he was only missing one out of the 4 mysteries of the Fate Palace. Currently in his possession were the ancient Void Rune, the Heavenly Tao's primal chapter, and the life origination. If he could gather the final piece, it would be nearly complete for him. He eventually opened his eyes after a while, feeling quite comfortable with a strange sensation due to the great vitality, similar to a rebirth. While glancing around, he noticed an exquisite jade table in front of him and a stove with smoke curling out of it. There was also the sound of burning wood. On top of the table was boiling spring water at just the right temperature. The water was heated right when he woke up. A pair of gentle porcelain hands were preparing tea with a pot and cup. All the movements were quite smooth and natural, showing great mastery. Li Qiye took note of the master of these hands. It was a charming beauty. Even though she was still a maiden, she already had the sexiness of a mature woman, like a ripe peach that others couldn't help but want a taste of. Who could it be besides the schoolmaster of the Sacred Spring School, Zhuo Jianshi? She sat in a proper position while pouring tea for Li Qiye. This gentle and docile demeanor made her look like a newlywed bride. He only smiled and took the jade cup, taking his time to sip the tea without saying anything. After he finished, she poured another cup for him with the same grace. At this time, Kong Qinru appeared on the peak and stood there quietly. Zhuo Jianshi noticed her arrival and put down the teapot, then quietly left. She didn't say a word from start to finish. Kong Qinru came forward and kneeled before Li Qiye. Being the Valley Lord didn't diminish the respect she showed him. She looked at him and said, "Young noble, I'm afraid I have to go back. The sect has summoned me." Li Qiye smiled and replied, "Go, a feast is about to begin." Many lands have lost their master with continuous wars being waged. The exquisite valley requires you to preside over these matters, so of course you will have to leave. She added, "If there is more news about the person you are trying to find, the valley will let you know right away." He only nodded without saying anything else. Eventually, she asked, "When will we meet again?" She knew that he was only passing through the heaven spirit world. There was nothing here that could make him feel sentimental. "We will meet again if it is meant to be." He smiled, "You have a great ambition, a drive for change. Keep on trying, one can only be successful through perseverance. Dreams alone will not accomplish anything." She responded in all seriousness, "I will engrave your guidance in my heart." He nodded again and continued to drink his tea. The steam coming out from the cup seemed to be covering his face, causing Kong Qinru to stare at him in a daze. It was as if he was hiding in the mist, no one could see through his unfathomable self. Eventually, he looked at her and asked, "Anything else?" She hesitated for a moment before answering, "Schoolmaster Zhuo is quite exceptional. The Sacred Spring School was initially in a marriage pact with our exquisite valley. The schoolmaster's fiancé was my first brother. Unfortunately, he died from misfortune before the two of them could marry. Schoolmaster Zhuo has been living as a widow for his sake. This can only be praised as having great loyalty and virtue. What are you doing?" Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh before shaking his head. "Are you trying to find a wife or a concubine for me? Or perhaps a bed-warming maid?" "I wouldn't dare," she said in a serious manner. "I was only afraid that you might have misunderstood." Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve and said, "Don't worry, nothing can elude my gaze or trick my mind." She took a deep breath and respectfully bade farewell. "Young noble, I hope that we can meet again. I will not let you down in the future." With that, she drifted away and disappeared. Li Qiye looked down to continue drinking his tea. After a good while, Zhuo Jianshi eventually returned to the side. She poured more tea for him in the same natural manner. Inside the tea's mist, he looked at her and leisurely smiled, is this your own will, or is it the hope of the old geezers from your 3 schools? She only quietly sat there. It seemed that she would always be incredibly elegant and mature. This kind of noble grace made her even more attractive. If I can follow young noble, it will be our 3 schools' honor. Her soft voice was especially pleasant. He smiled and said, "What do you want? Or rather, what does your sacred spring school want? A whale rider or an imperial seed?" She pondered for a bit before softly answering, "Young noble, what are you willing to give us?" He leisurely responded, "I don't need to leave behind anything for your 3 schools. In fact, I don't owe you anything, it is the other way around." The truth was that Li Qiye simply didn't want to care about these matters in this generation. Even though he was friends with immortal Emperor Wu Go, he didn't need to protect the void imperfect 3 schools and definitely didn't need to leave anything behind for them. After hearing this, she gently sighed with a slight frown on her beautiful face. Even this expression had its own charm. Others couldn't help but want to make her happy again. Li Qiye continued to sip on his tea. In his eyes, all of this was as ephemeral as the wind and clouds. Eventually, he suggested, "If, say, I want you to warm my bed since the only thing I want from your school is you, will you agree?" She contemplated for a bit before looking straight at him while giving a sincere response, "Young noble, if you fancy me, it would be my honor." Li Qiye laughed and shook his head, "I am not someone who likes to force others. She might be unwilling, but I'm not." A coquettish voice came about at this time, "I want to follow you and stay by your side, young noble." This voice was particularly enchanting and could steal someone's soul away. Just by hearing it, one would imagine that it was a very charming woman. A woman fluttered closer with the wind. Before even seeing her appearance, one would already be enraptured by her. Each of her steps was quite graceful, like a willow leaf amidst the breeze. Her ethereal bearing would draw countless uncontrollable gazes. She stood before Li Qiye while dressed in a black robe that couldn't hide her peerlessly beautiful posture. Her willow-like waist was apparent through the thin, silky cloth. Her bottom half had perfectly round buttocks that were accentuated even more by the black cotton yarn. A dark gossamer top hid her well-rounded breasts, very few brushes could capture their soul-stirring gorgeousness. It was indeed a difficult endeavor to describe them with words. In particular, they would sway in an astonishing manner with each of her steps. This was truly not for the faint of heart. She came before Li Qiye and deeply bowed, "My name is Lu Ruyan, nice to meet you, young noble." She was very close to him. An intoxicatingly pleasant smell was carried by the wind. In this close proximity, one would suddenly have the illusion that they were embracing her while basking in her delightful fragrance. Chapter 12:24, The woman ahead had her face hidden behind a black veil. Regardless, just by looking at her graceful and slender figure that was accentuated by magnificent curves on top of her barely visible valley was more than enough to fill the heart with euphoria. Zhuo Jianshi slightly frowned while sitting at the table after seeing this woman. However, she still maintained her elegance and calmness before speaking, "Little sister Lu, do the elders know that you are here?" Lu Ruyan let out a charming smile capable of inciting lust. She didn't mind Zhuo Jianshi's question, "Who among the elders doesn't know that I love to interfere with your business? It wouldn't be good if they knew I was here." Zhuo Jianshi had expected this answer, so what else could she say? Li Qiye was still hidden behind the curling steam rising from his teacup as he looked at her and chuckled, "The descendants of the Lu clan are all femme fatale. It looks like you have also inherited your ancestors' bewitching abilities. This is indeed a great disaster for all living beings. Moreover, it looks like your evil devourer graceful law is not bad either. Your clan is a bit interesting to have this variation of the heaven devourer evil physique. Young noble, you speak as if only our Lu clan specializes in seduction. Many people in the heaven spirit world call the women of our clan vixens." She chuckled while staring at him in a bold and direct fashion. Li Qiye laughed after hearing this, well, the women from your clan are indeed vixens, including your progenitor. Even though people say that she was a grand completion immortal physique user, she couldn't complete the Heaven Devourer evil physique and instead ended up with this type of seductive physique. She was a beautiful temptress of the 9 worlds that drove countless men crazy. I am honored to hear such praise from you, young noble. She covered her mouth while laughing. Despite being covered by a veil, her eyes could pass on amorous feelings. When she stared at Li Qie, they were luminous with autumn ripples. Li Qie shook his head and smiled, "Girl, there is still a long way to go if you want to seduce me. Try again after you reach grand completion with your physique. With the skill you have right now, you are only embarrassing yourself." Lu Ruyan wasn't offended at all. She gave a charming smile and said, "Since you say so, when I reach grand completion, I'll try to see if I can get you into my red curtains." "Take me into your red curtains." Li Qie was quite amused. "You can almost qualify to be mine alone, but for me to marry you. Don't dwell on this idea. So you are saying that I still have a chance?" She flirted with a seductive chuckle. It was just as Li Qie had said, this woman was definitely a vixen. Zhuo Jianshi was still calmly sitting nearby despite Lu Ruyan's flirtatious behavior. Her mature and elegant charm would make others palpitate in a different manner. Li Qie only smiled back at Lu Ruyan. He looked over at Zhuo Jianshi and asked, "Who is in charge of the Void Imperfection 3 schools right now?" So it turned out that Lu Ruyan was the current schoolmaster of the Evil Devourer School. However, the Evil Devourer School and the Sacred Spring School had a very interesting relationship due to the intricate relationship between their 2 physique laws. The physique law of the Sacred Spring School was the Surging Golden Spring Law, while the Evil Devourer School's law was the Evil Devourer Graceful Law. One cultivated into the Sacred Spring physique while the other the Heaven Devourer evil physique. The schools had 3 immortal physique laws. In addition to the 2 previously mentioned, the third was the Void Imperfection physique law. Originally, these 3 should have nothing to do with each other. The Void Imperfection physique was from the word pure in the physique scripture. The Sacred Spring physique originated from the word soft, while the Heaven Devourer evil physique came from the word yin. However, Immortal Emperor Wu Go couldn't obtain the physique scripture, thus his physique law was taught to him by a predecessor. In the end, he created the Void Imperfection Wind Chase law. This physique law created by the emperor was naturally weaker than the one in the scripture. Because of this, it also included some other things. Inside this wind chase physique law were essences of pureness and softness. From this, future descendants had different interpretations. During the era of the Sacred Spring School's progenitor, this person was able to understand the mysteries of the wind chase law's softness to create the Surging Golden Spring Law. Furthermore, because pureness originated from softness, it meant that softness also carried the yin affinity. In order to make this immortal physique law even purer to avoid qi deviation during cultivation, the Sacred Spring progenitor forcefully changed this physique law and removed the softness within the yin affinity. It was precisely this need for constant correction in order to successfully train the Surging Golden Spring Law that gave birth to the Evil Devourer Graceful Law later on. It started with a female disciple. She was a femme fatale level beauty with a rebellious nature. She looked down on this correction, so she chose to go in the opposite direction of the Surging Golden Spring Law. Her aptitude was very scary. Her reverse derivation of the immortal physique law had even surpassed her predecessors. She understood the word yin and created the Evil Devourer Graceful Law. Because the Graceful Law was derived from the Golden Spring Law, the future Sacred Spring and Evil Devourer schools would often mess with each other. The Sacred Spring School believed that the Graceful Law came from the Surging Spring Law, so their law was stronger. On the other hand, the Evil Devourer School believed that their Graceful Law was the result of surpassing the limit of the Surging Spring Law, so their law could replace the former. Of course, there was no result to this competition because the 2 schools had never produced another person that could reach grand completion, let alone one for each physique at the same time. However, They saw hope in this generation with Zhuo Jianshi and Lu Ruyan. They were both extremely talented and cultivated their respective physique laws. The Void Imperfection 3 schools felt that they could finally see two grand completion immortal physique users in this generation. If this was the case, then the Sacred Spring School and Evil Devourer School could have a chance to see which was stronger. Therefore, when the two girls were only ordinary disciples, they often clashed. And the competition didn't end after they became schoolmasters. Whenever they were together, a fight would surely break out. One could say that this was their fate, the reason for their continuous struggle until their final showdown at grand completion. Of course, it was not a life and death fight for these two. After all, they were still sisters from the same sect. She revealed a lovable smile and said, "Though Sister Zhuo is older than me by half a generation, if we are talking about the leader of the Void Imperfection 3 schools, then it can't be anyone but me." Zhuo Jianshi calmly answered, "The current leader of the 3 schools is first brother." The first brother Zhuo Jianshi mentioned was the schoolmaster of the Void Imperfection branch because he was the oldest in their generation and had joined the sect the earliest. In the school, many of the disciples had been taught by him before. Thus, he was not only their first brother, but also their master of sorts. Lu Ruyan chuckled in response, "Sister Zhuo, first brother has been talking about stepping down so the role will fall onto one of our shoulders in the future, but I feel that I am much more suitable than you." Her claim was not because she wanted to seize power and take control of the Void Imperfection 3 schools, it was because the two of them had grown accustomed to competing with each other since the early days. It was not a good thing for the two to meet since it would always end with either Zhuo Jianshi challenging Lu Ruyan or the other way around. Zhuo Jianshi sat there, neither supporting nor retorting to Lu Ruyan's claim. Her demure and mature aura were truly special. Li Qie asked after finishing another cup, "What are you here for?" Zhuo Jianshi poured another cup for him, as if this had always been the case. Lu Ruyan smiled coquettishly in response, "To steal Sister Zhuo's man. I heard the ancestors have high hopes for her and I feel that I am not lesser in any way, so why can't I vie for her lover as well?" Such provocative words were let out in an incredibly trivial manner. Lu Ruyan had no semblance of a bashful girl. "Oh." Li Qie looked at her and smilingly replied, "That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps I prefer gentle and virtuous women. I have never claimed otherwise." Lu Ruyan sat down next to him with a soul-stealing allurement. "These are two different matters. Young noble, you can like virtuous women and still have a taste for a seductive beauty. These two things aren't mutually exclusive, right? A little interesting, you are indeed a descendant of the Lu clan." Li Qie was not shaken by her bewitching. Chapter 12:25, 3 women competing for one groom. Li Qie glanced at her and said, "Who knows, maybe I am a little eccentric, wanting only what I can't have and have a distaste for things that come too easily. That's not a problem either." Lu Ruyan smiled back, "Many things can slowly change. As long as you stay with me, you will come to find that I will not disappoint you. Maybe you will like me then." "Possible." Li Qie had an amused glimmer in his eyes as he stared at her, "But maybe I am someone who has a penchant for someone else's wife. A little girl like you is not attractive to me. Young noble, are you saying that you wish to embrace both me and Sister Zhuo and take your time savoring us?" Lu Ruyan winked seductively and smiled, "That's perfect, I will help you. Maybe I can even train Sister Zhuo to be more sexy and obedient in her service." She spoke in an incredibly natural manner with a touch of naughtiness that added to her charm. Li Qie laughed and gently shook his head, "If your Void Imperfection 3 schools wants to use the honey trap against me, I can only say that your geezers really don't understand me." Lu Ruyan faintly smiled in response, "I don't know whether the ancestors told Sister Zhuo to tempt young noble or not, but I definitely didn't receive this order. Of course, if she wants you to stay at the Sacred Spring School, then I must win you over." Zhuo Jianshi frowned after hearing this. She replied, "Sister Lu, this is not a personal issue between us two. If you want to invite young noble to the evil devourer school as a guest, then I wouldn't object and would even be excited for you. If he is willing to stay at our 3 schools because of you, then you would become a great contributor to our school. Sister Joie, you are mistaken. Lu Ruyan shook her head. I don't care about becoming a great contributor, I simply want to steal your man. I still can't understand why you always listen to those old geezers' arrangements for the sake of the void imperfection 3 schools. Do you really think you can sacrifice everything for this goal? She continued on, for me, my path is below my feet. Each person should walk their own path. If sister wants to keep him behind out of your own volition, then I am fine with it, but if it is for the void imperfection 3 schools, then I will definitely take him from you. Meanwhile, Li Qie continued to drink his tea in a carefree manner as if this had nothing to do with him. After saying her piece, she looked at Li Qie and playfully winked. Are you not angry at what I said, young noble? Li Qie only smiled and continued to drink his tea. Bah, 2 shameless vixens daring to seduce my husband. At this time, a fiery shout rang from the distance. A woman came from the sky. No, to be more accurate, it was a little girl with flowers blooming from each of her steps. She came barefoot on these fresh flowers like a descending goddess. Li Qie looked over and smilingly shook his head after seeing the girl. Hey! Does your void imperfection 3 schools have no shame? You are schoolmasters yet you too are trying to seduce my husband, how shameful. Yi Xiaoxiao stepped under the peacock tree with both hands posturing on her thin waist, glaring at Lu Ruyan and Zhuo Jianche. Oh! Little sister, you are too young to be this anxious for marriage. Lu Ruyan chuckled, trying to find a husband at this young age is a little shameful, don't you think? Yi Xiaoxiao maintained her powerful glare, who is being shameless here? Humph, you are trying to seduce someone else's husband in broad daylight, you are the ones throwing your face away. Zhuo Jianche shook her head after seeing the fierce girl and answered gracefully, Princess Yi, you are mistaken. You have yet to marry young noble Li, so you can't claim that he is your husband. I'm afraid this is your one-sided belief. That's true. Lu Ruyan chuckled provocatively, little sister, he would be your husband once you two are married. You must be too little to understand this. Your head is little. Yi Xiaoxiao quickly retorted, you dare to steal my husband? I'm going to teach you a lesson. This girl had no qualms at all and casually prepared to attack. With a buzz, a wooden sword appeared. This wooden sword seemed to be made from thousands of divine swords as its sword energy was absolutely frightening. With a clank, countless swords slashed vertically towards Lu Ruyan and Zhuo Jianche. Hey, are you really attacking? Lu Ruyan smiled and reached forward. Her fingers turned into a phoenix that soared towards the numerous divine slashes. Meanwhile, Zhuo Jianche remained seated there, proud and completely fearless. She simply waved her sleeve and swept away Yi Xiaoxiao's wave of swords. Humph. Think I'm afraid? Even if you two come together, I'll still beat you down into submission. Yi Xiaoxiao shouted and waved her hand. Divine trees materialized and formed a formation to trap the other 2 women. After seeing Yi Xiaoxiao becoming serious, both Lu Ruyan and Zhuo Jianche didn't want to underestimate their opponent. They stood up at the same time before roaring as they leapt towards the trees. Bang! 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 With both of them attacking, Yi Xiaoxiao was definitely at a disadvantage. After all, they were older than her and they both trained in immortal physiques so they were no joke. Xiaoxiao was still young so it wasn't easy for her to go 1-on-2. Her divine trees couldn't entrap these 2. Sister Joie, if the 2 of us pick on little sister Yi, people will laugh at us. Lu Ruyan smiled, you do you, I won't fight together with you. With that, she pointed her sword at Zhuo Jianche. Zhuo Jianche was no slouch either despite her graceful bearing. As a schoolmaster, there were times when she needed to be aggressive as well. Thus, she unleashed a divine seal and said, I also want to see if you have improved recently. I'm going to teach both of you a lesson. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't show any weakness. She summoned a huge vine that turned into a giant that joined her in fighting the other women. The dueling ladies shouted at the same time and retaliated against the gigantic vine. Very shortly, the fight became a brawl with no one giving an inch. The fight rushed into the sky. Not bad at all. Li Qiye clapped while watching this duel. The three neither held back nor did they care for his praise. Even the vault of the sky was being shattered by their attacks. They could be described as kingdom-toppling beauties. When they really went at it, it was a very beautiful sight to behold. Three supreme beauties fighting so viciously for a man. This man is too blessed. A groan came about. A wooden boat landed on Peacock Peak. It didn't matter whether it was land or sea, the boat could easily travel through all terrain. A young man with a dashing appearance was sitting in this boat. He wore an ivory-colored robe and was in great spirits. There was a hint of maturity in his demeanor as well. He watched the three women fighting in the sky and enviously told Li Qiye, "When will I become as lucky as you, brother? To be able to make the sacred spring schoolmaster, the evil devourer schoolmaster and the little princess of the Golden Isle fight each other, such romantic luck is truly enviable." Li Qiye only smiled in response and continued to watch the fight. This little brother is Bu Zhanfeng. The youth cupped his fists and smiled at Li Qiye. "In my opinion, the three ladies won't be able to come to a conclusion anytime soon. Will you give me the honor of having a drink together?" Li Qiye looked at the youth and smiled back before taking one last glance at the girls. Then, he stepped onto the boat and sat down. "Go." Bu Zhanfeng laughed and said, "Brother Li, sit tight." He then grabbed the paddle and began to row it as if through water. Swoosh! This wooden boat traveled at frightening speeds. It immediately shattered space and this sea region. All of a sudden, they were in the middle of a vast ocean. Li Qiye sat there without asking Bu Zhanfeng about their destination. He simply enjoyed the scenic views along the way. Bu Zhanfeng was rowing his boat and looked at Li Qiye before sincerely stating, "I am full of admiration for Brother Li's intelligence. It seems that nothing in this world can shake your Dao heart. You are not bad as well." Li Qiye lightly grinned. To be able to cultivate the Buzhan clan's martial arts to this level truly demonstrates your firm Dao heart. Chapter 12:26 Bu Zhanfeng sighed after Li Qiye revealed his identity. "Brother Li is indeed a tree controller, you were able to see through me right away. For millions of years, those who have earned the favor of the ancestral trees have always been part of the most magnificent crowd. Today, you are no lesser than any of the old sages." So it turned out that Bu Zhanfeng was from the Buzhan clan, the descendants of immortal Emperor Buzhan. Outside of the heaven spirit world, the uninformed thought that the emperor was the one who founded this clan, but this was not the case. "So, if you two stay together for a bit, maybe you will be attracted to each other and become something more." He was trying his best to sell his sister. Li Qiye leisurely drank the wine and chuckled, "This is our first meeting yet you are introducing your sister to me already. Are you not afraid of pushing your sister into a fire pit?" "I'm not worried at all." The youth smiled back, "What kind of people are the geezers from the Void Imperfection 3 schools? They're as crafty as ghosts and sly like foxes, and they want nothing more than to marry schoolmaster Zhua to you. The old men from the Golden Isle also want you for their groom. Since you are such a hot commodity, I can represent my sister and hook you two up without any apprehension." Li Qiye laughed and shook his head since he didn't want to dwell on this topic. Forget the matter of grooms. "However, if there is a chance, I do want to visit the Buzhan clan to see the ancient scrolls left behind by your ancestors." Bu Zhanfeng hurriedly replied, "Brother Li, you are indeed special with extraordinary vision, ordinary people can't compare to you. They only want to see treasures and technique manuals at our clan, but you want to read the ancient books." He smiled and continued, "It is no big deal if you want to read our books, just marry my big sis, then we'll be family. With my sis asking the ancestors asking in your stead, it will be very simple. You probably don't know, but my big sis is their favorite. The ancestors dote on her more than me, the successor. Li Qie helplessly waved his sleeve at Bu Zhanfeng, who was not giving up on trying to sell his sister. Don't mention this again. I have zero interest. Okay. Bu Zhanfeng had to drop it and smiled, then I won't bring it up again, but I'm still confident that there is a lot of time left. There is still a chance for the two of you. Li Qie had to smile back since he understood that the charming spirit race had always been interested in the procreation of their race and stallions. In fact, he wasn't the only one lacking interest in this matter. Bu Zhanfeng's older sister opposed this matter as well. Chapter 1227, Origin of the Bu Zhan clan. The two continued to drink their fine wine. Even though Bu Zhanfeng came from an ancient clan, he was still very amiable and humorous to the point where others would hesitate to end the party. After another round, Bu Zhanfeng put down his cup and said, "Brotherly, this might be intrusive, so I don't know if I should ask or not." Li Qie nonchalantly said, "Go ahead." Bu Zhanfeng stated in a serious manner, "In my humble opinion, brotherly must not be from the heaven spirit world. Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, we'll just pretend that I didn't say anything." Li Qie took another sip and casually asked, "What makes you say that?" "Brotherly, you are a hero in the contemporary, a dragon that will soar to the 9 heavens, destined to be a prominent god-king." The youth smilingly answered, "In my opinion, you didn't debut just now, and yet you are completely unknown in the heaven spirit world. Thus, I believe that you are not from here." Li Qie chuckled and glanced at the youth. "It is no secret. You are right, I am from the mortal emperor world. Just as I thought." He patted his thigh triumphantly. "I must be 80 to 90% right then. It looks like you have more to say." Li Qie narrowed his eyes and smirked at the boy, "And here I thought you only wanted to introduce your sister to me." No, brotherly, don't misunderstand." Bu Zhanfeng bowed to apologize with great sincerity. "I really did ask you to come here so that I could introduce my big sis to you, but at the same time, I also wanted to ask a few questions." Li Qie slowly took another sip. After a good while, he said, "Go ahead. This little brother wants to ask you about the Great Vortex." Bu Zhanfeng hurriedly replied, "Please teach me." Li Qie flatly said while squinting his eyes, "It looks like you know a lot." "No, of course not, this is pure speculation. Your appearance is too coincidental and was right around the time of the fluctuation from the vortex. Therefore, I came up with a bold guess, you must have gone there." Li Qie asked slowly, "Do you have some intentions towards the vortex?" Bu Zhanfeng took a deep breath and earnestly spoke, "I won't hide it from you. Brotherly, I am very concerned about the vortex. As the successor of the Bu Zhan clan, this is also my responsibility. Perhaps you don't know about the origin of our clan, but I can let you know that there is a reason why we are here at the heaven spirit world. We are more closely connected to the vortex than any other lineage. I know a bit about this matter." Li Qie calmly revealed, "Your clan has always been linked to the vortex. Outsiders do not know the reason why, but the answer to this question traces back to the origin of your clan. You know." Bu Zhanfeng was surprised because outsiders shouldn't know about this. Even some disciples in the clan were unaware. As the successor, he was privy to more information than his peers. Nevertheless, he still didn't know the secrets behind this relationship. "There aren't many things that I don't know," Li Qie leisurely said. "If your clan can understand your own beginning, then it will come to understand its relationship with the vortex. Moreover, it will also clear up the origin of your charming spirit race." Li Qie sipped his wine and leisurely said, "In other words, if your Bu Zhan clan's genealogy was a historical script, then it would be one about the history of the charming spirits. If there are blank spots in this race's history itself, then there will be answers within your clan. However, that is based on the premise that you can figure out your own origin first. Li Qiye's words shocked Bu Zhanfeng. He stared at Li Qiye in astonishment and murmured, "Brotherly, you know much more than I expected. To have such insight. It seems that I'm inferior in this aspect." "It's nothing. When you go to many places, you will learn many things." Li Qiye put down his cup again. Bu Zhanfeng quickly refilled Li Qiye's cup and continued the conversation in earnest. "The truth is that I'm confused about many things as well. All of it seems to be hidden in a fog throughout history. So please, guide me out of this maze." Li Qiye looked at him and answered, "There's not much I can teach you. If you think I came this time for the vortex, then that would be wrong. I just happened to be passing by and played around a bit." After a while, he went on, "If you want to ask me about what is at the bottom of the vortex, if there are things that relate to your clan or the charming spirits, then my answer is that I can't tell you." Li Qiye plainly explained, "The things there are also related to the origin of the sea demons and the final destination of the Tryants. Just like the sea demons at the Bone Sea and the Divine Tree Ridge for the Tryants, outsiders can't explain it to you. A true answer has to be figured out on your own." Bu Zhanfeng murmured to himself, "The Bone Sea and Divine Tree Ridge for those two races." Eventually, he looked up over at Li Qiye and speculated out loud, "Are you saying that our origin is similar to the sea demons and Tryants?" "No, you are off in this case." Li Qiye smiled, "Why is it that you charming spirits are considered the favored children of the heavens instead of the sea demons or Tryants? Why is it that sea demons don't want to leave this world and the Tryants will always return no matter what? There are many similarities, but the real reason, the true answers, are completely different." Bu Zhanfeng began to ponder while murmuring, "I think I'm seeing something here. When Tryants die, they begin the process of atavism and take root in the earth. For generations, the sea gods also have to be accepted by the Trident. Only with it would they be qualified to fight immortal emperors. This issue had been repeatedly explored for many generations. Why did Tryants have to return to the heaven spirit world? Some said that even if they went to other places, they would come back to this world to die. Only by dying here would they be returning to their roots. As for the sea demons, everyone could understand that no other places in the 9 worlds were more suitable than the heaven spirit world. After all, the entire place was practically a vast ocean. Where would they rather go than here? However, something that was quite peculiar to many researchers was why sea demons didn't become immortal emperors and instead became sea gods. Another interesting thing was their most powerful artifact, one that could even suppress immortal emperors, the Trident. What was the secret behind the Trident? Where did this powerful weapon come from? Li Qiye stared at the absent-minded boy and said, "If a real answer is what you seek, then you must go to the vortex, it can give you the answer. Of course, you must get through it alive first." "Go to the vortex?" Bu Zhanfeng took a deep breath and smiled wryly before shaking his head, "I'm a very confident person, but I know I am not qualified to go to the vortex. That is beyond my abilities. Even if there are answers there, I would be torn asunder before reaching its end. If even God Kings can't do it, there's no way I could. If I remember correctly, your forefather, immortal Emperor Buzhan, went there in the past." Li Qiye smiled and slowly uttered, "He is one of the few immortal emperors that was obsessed with the vortex, much more so than the other emperors." Bu Zhanfeng was silent for a bit before eventually answering, "I heard the ancestors say that our forefather really did go in there. According to legend, he actually made it to the bottom." Here, the youth helplessly shrugged before continuing, "But when his venerableness came back from the vortex, he rarely talked about this matter. Nothing was said about what he saw down there, so our clan doesn't know much about the bottom of the vortex. It's not exactly difficult to find out more." Li Qiye drank another cup. "If I am not mistaken, your emperor left behind 2 top-secret imperial edicts. Open the second one and perhaps you can get some answers." "How do you know that?" Bujan Feng was frightened after hearing Li Qie. Like I said, there are very few things that I don't know. Li Qie nonchalantly stated, normally, immortal emperors would leave behind one imperial edict. If an emperor leaves behind two, then the second one would entail a heaven-shattering matter relating to an eternal secret. It is not something the world should find out so easily, only real experts that have reached a certain level are qualified to learn it. Chapter 1228, Imperial Edict, How do you know so much? Bujan Feng became more and more frightened throughout this conversation. He was jolted into standing up and stared at Li Qie in disbelief. There were several types of imperial edicts. Some acted as proclamations to the world, others were orders given to the emperor's generals, and another type was meant to be kept in secrecy. These secret edicts were normally left for the emperor's descendants. Moreover, they were not to be opened unless the requirements were met. Otherwise, not even the children of the emperors could open them. Only talents that satisfied all the requirements would be able to open these secret edicts. Moreover, they would never disclose the contents to anyone, not even their closest friends and family. Li Qie ignored the apparent shock in the youth's expression. He sat there calmly and enjoyed the wine before speaking. Didn't I tell you already? There's not much that I don't know. Bujan Feng stared at Li Qie in disbelief. If it was anyone else, then they would be suspicious that Li Qie was spying on their clan. However, Bujan Feng knew that this wasn't possible. If he, as a disciple, didn't even know about it, how could an outsider figure it out? He took a deep breath and sat back down. While staring at Li Qie, he smiled wryly and shook his head. If Brother Li knows so many secrets already, he should also know that I'm not qualified to open the secret edict. If I could do so, I wouldn't be asking you right now. The level required to look at these edicts was usually the immortal emperor realm or something very close. Some said that supreme god kings could look at them as well, but the future generations didn't know if this was true or not. Li Qie laughed in response, I know that you are not qualified, but don't tell me that no one has seen it in your clan. This might fool others, but not me. Bujan Feng quietly pondered for a moment. There was indeed someone in the clan who was qualified to do so. However, they wouldn't necessarily disclose the contents to him. He revealed, we do indeed have someone qualified to read it, but this is not the right time. At the very least, this was the case for that ancestor. Li Qie gently shook his head, if your clan won't assist you in this matter, then I can't help you either. There are some things that you need to work for and, when necessary, you will need to break the rules. Bujan Feng gently sighed. After a brief pause, he looked at Li Qie and said in a serious manner, I know a little bit about the legends regarding the vortex in our charming spirit race, but I do have some questions. With that, his attitude became very respectful and sincere. Li Qie slowly sipped another mouthful of wine and said, Go ahead. Since I have drank your wine, I will think about answering if possible. Bujan Feng began, as I speculated, Brother Li has gone to the vortex. You also know that we have always been watching it. When one goes there, screams and roars seem to come from its depths. The world quakes before them, is this right? The boy was very careful with his words lest Li Qie became unhappy. Li Qie looked at the boy and said, I know what you want to ask. You are afraid of the beginning of some unwanted matters. Bujan Feng nodded in response, I am indeed very worried about this. This is our clan's mission. There have been rumors that one day, the inevitable shall come and it will bring about a disaster to us charming spirits. It does exist. Li Qie said, however, this is a needless anxiety for you right now. You don't know that the charming spirits in this world have left certain things behind. This disaster won't be able to descend on a whim. With that, he stared at the youth and continued, in the heaven spirit world, the true power of the charming spirit race is beyond your imagination. And also, if your forefather, immortal Emperor Bujan, was able to make his way down there, surely he would have left some precautionary measures behind. And here is the final statement. Li Qiye raised his cup. I'll be borrowing an old saying, one might be able to survive an act of God, but no one can survive a self-brought calamity. One might be able to survive an act of God, but no one can survive a self-brought calamity. The youth carefully thought over this line from Li Qiye. Okay, I have said all that needs to be said, drink up. Li Qiye laughed and took another gulp. The youth calmed down and quickly poured another cup for him. Since Buzhan Feng insisted on him staying, Li Qiye remained on the island. In these last few days, the youth came to ask Li Qiye many questions. Whether he answered or not depended on his mood and the nature of the question. Buzhan Feng could be said to be a very studious person, someone who had no shame in asking and learning from even his own subordinates. His questions for Li Qiye had nothing to do with cultivation or merit laws. The majority of them were interesting anecdotes. A person like him was quite rare. The Buzhan clan had an exceedingly high position in the heaven spirit world, so he, as the successor, had great authority. However, he had no visible arrogance or contempt for others. The majority of disciples from the great powers had some pride in them. Even if they didn't bully others, they wouldn't try to learn from those they deemed inferior. However, Buzhan Feng didn't feel that his intelligence was superior to others. He acted as a junior before Li Qiye in his inquisitive quest for knowledge. It was precisely due to his commendable personality that Li Qiye decided to teach him a thing or two. If it was another successor from a great power, Li Qiye would have ignored him completely. The youth didn't give up on trying to set up his big sis with Li Qiye, but regardless of his efforts, there was not the slightest sign of progress. His sister had no interest in this type of marriage or the bloodlines from stallions. She was even against it, so no matter how much Buzhan Feng tried to persuade her about how great Li Qiye was, she remained aloof. Li Qiye was even more tired of this matter and was too lazy to go see his sister. In the end, Buzhan Feng had no choice but to give up. He helplessly said, "Sigh, brotherly, I really do want you to be my brother-in-law. Then, we can be even closer, right?" Li Qiye didn't want to be rude and only smiled at the boy's wish to connect the two. "Really, brotherly, everything about my big sis is great, it's just that she doesn't like to talk about marriage. She views interclan marriage as a type of transaction, but we do think that if you two stay together, you will be able to win her over with your charm. Trust me, girls will swoon over your charisma." The youth persuaded, "Let me arrange it so you two can have a talk under the moonlight." Li Qiye gently shook his head, "People will meet if it is meant to be. If not, then it shouldn't be forced." Buzhan Feng sighed as another attempt at matchmaking failed. After several more days at the island, Buzhan Feng came and told Li Qiye some news. "Brotherly, you said you wanted to go to the Dragon Demon Sea. There is news that I'm sure will interest you." Li Qiye asked, "What news?" After staying here for a while, he had been wanting to leave the Jade Sea for the Dragon Demon Sea because Su Yonghuang had gone there. He wanted to see what clues she was after. Buzhan Feng quickly said, "I heard a skeletal horse has appeared in that region. It is only bones and keeps on running like crazy. No one knows where it came from. The cultivators there tried to capture it to no avail since it is way too fast. A god monarch from the sea demon race tried himself, but he still failed." Skeletal horse. Li Qiye's eyes narrowed after hearing this. "So you are interested?" Buzhan Feng smiled after seeing Li Qiye's demeanor. "I heard it appeared in the southwest area," but before he could finish, Li Qiye pointed in front of him. With a buzz, he opened a portal and disappeared inside. His sudden departure left Buzhan Feng speechless since he couldn't even say goodbye. At this time, a woman with a supreme appearance appeared by the door. This was a beauty that would cause others to be lost in admiration. Buzhan Feng asked after seeing the woman, "Sis, you are finally here, are you not angry anymore? He is a guest, after all. It would be very rude if I don't receive him at all after several days." Her voice was very pleasant. Bujan Feng shrugged and said, "You're one step too late, sis. Brotherly has left already." Chapter 1229, Skeletal Horse. The Dragon Demon Sea was one of the three great oceans of the heaven spirit world. As for why it had this name, this remained a mystery for future generations. However, one particular legend was very popular. It stated that in an era too ancient to trace, there was a demon dragon with heaven-defying power. This demon dragon eventually evolved into a true dragon. It wanted to fight against the 9 heavens but ultimately failed. In the moment of its death, it fell into a great ocean and, from then on, that ocean was named the Dragon Demon Sea. Most people considered this as mere gossip for tea shops since no one could verify it. No one would go to research it either. There was a more reliable theory for this name. It believed that because sea demons ruled this sea and since dragons were the leaders of the sea demons, this area took on the name Dragon Demon Sea. This sea was quite vast with countless creatures and sections. In the heaven spirit world, if the Abyss Sea was the world of the charming spirits and the Jade Sea was the world of the Treants, then this region belonged to the sea demons. There were many powerful demon lineages here. For example, behemoths like the 7 Martial Pavilion or the Roaring Conch were the strongest. Today, this region was quite lively since many people were gossiping at various restaurants about a particular matter. A skeletal horse appeared out of nowhere and moved at extreme speeds. There were plenty of bizarre occurrences in the heaven spirit world, so a skeletal horse alone was not worthy of attention. The issue was its great speed. Many people tried to catch it to no avail. A sea demon at the god monarch level personally took action and still failed to keep up. Thus, the excitement built up as more and more were unable to catch the horse. The cultivators couldn't help but talk about it. Some believed that it had escaped from the Bone Sea. In their eyes, only that place would be able to produce such a steed. However, there were those who had a different opinion about it. For generations, no skeleton has been able to escape from the Bone Sea. Thus, this particular theory was too difficult to believe. However, if this was indeed the case, then the other question would be about the new and sudden changes at the Bone Sea. A blue ocean and blue sky with fish leaping out of the shallow surface while eagles soared high above. The breeze blew by, carrying a faint scent of saltwater. This was surprisingly pleasant. Clock, 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 a crisp and rhythmic galloping broke this tranquil scene as a skeletal horse traveled on the sea's surface. However, it was way too fast. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all, only its dark afterimage was visible. Only those strong enough would be able to see its appearance. There was no flesh left on its pitch-black skeleton, as if it was dyed to this color. Each bone emitted a black mist that formed long lines when it sped faster. The result was something like a landscape painting. Despite its current dreadful appearance, judging by its build, it was definitely wonderful when it was still alive. Even calling it a divine steed would not be enough. Buzz! A portal opened and Wuxia walked out. He stood in the sky, looking at the horse running across the sea. A terrifying glint shot out from his eyes. Wuxia uttered to himself, "What is that girl looking for?" To even awaken the mount of immortal Emperor Bu Si. The girl he was referring to was Su Yonghuang. He smiled and transformed into another person. It was an unbelievably dashing youth that wore a grey robe. His body was shrouded by a grey mist, giving off an unfathomable appearance just like a bottomless abyss. Buzz! His inner physique emerged. In this split second, he pushed the soaring immortal physique to the limit and soared outside with incomparable speed. The skeletal horse galloped through the sea. Not long after, it saw a young man shrouded in a grey mist standing on the sea. It immediately stopped in front of the youth. Despite how fast it was going, not one drop of water was splashed. The youth smiled and rubbed its skull. "I have just been reborn, yet you have found me already." Nay. It raised its front hooves and cheered with great excitement. After neighing, it intimately shoved its head under the palm of the young man. However, just a moment later, a red light flashed in its empty eye sockets. With a long cry, both of its front legs kicked forward at the young man with lightning speed without holding anything back. Boom! The youth was instantly blown away and plowed a deep trench on the sea's surface. Nay! The horse let out an intimidating cry before galloping into the sky, disappearing once again. Splash! The youth jumped out of the sea. He shook his head and returned to his true form. This was Li Qie, of course. Li Qie looked towards the direction of the horse and slowly said, "Incredible, luckily I came prepared or I would have become meat paste under its hooves." Earlier, he took the appearance of the young immortal Emperor Bu Si in order to trick the horse. In the beginning, it was indeed successful. Alas, the horse was a divine item, so it saw through the disguise. Li Qie murmured, "Bu Si, what did you leave behind back then?" According to legend, the emperor could be reborn again and again. But in the end, he was the only emperor known by the entire world to have collapsed, the only one whose final whereabouts were clear. Many of them were shrouded in mist, so no one could catch a glimpse of its true appearance. Such a grand mountain range stretched across the sea. From a distance, it looked like a huge dragon occupying this sea region. It was a very magnificent scene that made other people realize their own insignificance. Flying in the sky, Li Qie saw it from far away. He murmured, "Giant Dragon Mountain Range." So many years have passed, yet the scenery remains without the slightest change. He was lost in reminiscence, with many events of the past flashing by. Memories buried deep in his mind resurfaced one after another. The smiles and sounds of the past were vivid, as if he was suddenly back there. All of the happy scenes seemed to have happened just yesterday. Crash! While Li Qie was in a daze, the skeletal horse quickly dove into the depths of the sea. Even though she was not as kingdom-toppling as Zhuo Jianxu's bunch, she had her own style and wore a tight bluish-green dress. It wrapped her body and revealed all the curves of her figure. Her towering soft breasts were plump enough to accentuate her slender waist. Such an outfit seemed like it was built for someone who often dives into the water. She had a little makeup on her face, making her even more charming. Her willowy brows carried both a touch of femininity and a hint of tenacity. Her spirited pair of round and large eyes were bright, giving off a sharp and determined sensation. Despite not being a kingdom-toppling beauty, her firm and resolute demeanor made her quite attractive. This was a woman with a straightforward style. Surname Hong. Li Qie raised his brows and looked at her. "Yes, I am Hong Yujiao. May I ask for your name and where you are from?" She cupped her fists decisively like a man would. This was a woman who wouldn't concede to men. In fact, claiming herself as a disciple was a very modest way to put it. The Hong clan had an exceedingly pivotal status at Dongting Lake. Their clan had always been a pillar of this location. Li Qie closed his eyes, showing his lack of interest. "I am only a passerby. Where I'm from and what my name is are not important." She calmly replied, "Sir, I hope you can understand that this is for the safety of the lake. We require everyone to register with us. Please be considerate." Chapter 1231, 100 Saints Hall, Dongting Lake. Now, after hearing this, Li Qie glanced at Hong Yujiao and shook his head disapprovingly. This once all-accommodating land of treasures has lost the model crafted by the old wise sages. It no longer has the same temperament in its attempt to vie for power. After hearing such words, Hong Yujiao's heart skipped a beat. She wasn't too clear on the meaning of his emotional statement. Li Qie dazedly stared at the barely visible islands scattered across the lake. He eventually calmed down and stared at her to speak with a dismissive tone. "I am only here for a bit and will leave soon. Don't worry about me." She looked back at him and cupped her fists to say, "If fellow Taoist will leave soon, then I won't bother you any longer. However, if you want to stay here for more than one day, I hope that you will cooperate with us by filing and receiving a label. If you have any questions, feel free to find me anytime. Li Qiye only smiled and lied down on the sand to watch the blue sky and white clouds without a care for others. Hong Yujiao took another look at this ordinary and strange fella. Eventually, she refrained from commenting and let her people steer the ship away. Li Qiye softly sighed again. Dongting Lake was indeed a nice place. In the past, several wise sages established this location as a starting point for the humans to have a strong backing in the heaven spirit world. These sages were very broad-minded, they were oceans that could shelter 100 streams. Because of this, the lake was once more powerful than the exquisite valley. Unfortunately, prosperity came and a desire for profits and gains arose. Not just anyone could be so magnanimous and altruistic like these sages, their descendants didn't share the same attitude. When they eventually gained power, they couldn't escape the temptation of having even more. This lake used to be so wonderful. Li Qiye was slightly disappointed, alas, its descendants have fallen short. He dispelled these thoughts from his mind since he was enjoying a rare moment of peace. Time continued to pass like the quiet white clouds gently drifting in the sky, something that nobody would pay attention to. No one knows how long he had been lying on the sand for. Suddenly, his mind shifted after feeling a summons and immediately opened his eyes. In a split second, he leaped into the sky and rushed out of the lake. The giant Dragon Mountain range was more than just a ring of mountains surrounding Dongting Lake. Many islets were right outside, and the majority of them already had owners. These islets scattered outside the lake were like thrown-out pearls. One of these islets in particular was quite large. Many old pavilions and buildings were built on it, though most had collapsed and were invaded by thickets of weeds. It was a desolate location. Only a few buildings at the very top of the island remained intact. These buildings were built around an ancient temple. The temple was very old. The whole structure seemed to have stemmed from one solid piece. The grey walls appeared to have been carved out of a single gigantic stone. An old plaque was hung above the old temple. It appeared to be made out of bronze yet wasn't bronze, iron but not iron, wood but not wood. Who knows what it was made from? The plaque had been through many years and looked like time had polished away all traces of what was written on this plaque. Nevertheless, one could still see 3 faintly visible words engraved on it, 100 Saints Hall. These words were etched with an archaic style, so only the knowledgeable would be able to recognize them. The 3 words had suffered the battering of time for too long, so they became quite blurred. One could almost see stars lingering around them, as if they contained a portion of a vast universe. If someone with good insight took an even more careful look, they would find something else. It looked like there was indeed a celestial system and a universe around them. Within this universe was a great army, an invincible cavalry that was stationed here. However, they were too tiny, especially for those with weaker vision. Everything was placed around these 3 words. There was also a figure. Upon careful examination, one would find a crow carved above these 3 words. When it spread its wings, the crow shielded the words as if it was granting them its protection. Bang! 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 At this time, sounds of violence could be heard. A young man holding a giant hammer was fiercely smashing the doors to the ancient temple. Alas, it didn't matter how hard he slammed down, he couldn't break open the doors even though they were made out of wood. An old man that looked nearly 50 shouted, "Stop!" He wore grey clothing and had distinct facial features, but his body was thin and feeble. One could see that he was a cultivator, but his blood energy was incredibly weak, indicating his shallow cultivation. The old man shouted to stop the young man, but before he could do anything, 5 other burly men stopped and immobilized him. Bang! The youth mercilessly smashed the door, but it still wouldn't open. He had a pair of hawk-like eyes while his back was covered with armored fish scales. The 5 men holding down the old men had the same scales. This was a big race in the heaven spirit world. The scales were the defining characteristic of the Iron Scale School, a fish tribe among the sea demons. They barely meet the qualifications to be considered a big race, with their nest being around 1,000 miles away from the giant Dragon Mountain range. The ideal nests for them were deep in trenches. The youth was the young lord of the Iron Scale School, Lei Yu. He wanted to establish a stronghold outside of his school and had chosen this island. Unfortunately, the only descendant of the 100 Saints Hall was this old man. He didn't want to sell the island, leading to this conflict. Old geezer, didn't you say your hall was protected by the sacred sages of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Where are they now? Lei Yu looked at the captured old man and laughed boisterously. It was a pity that the old man's cultivation was too weak. He simply was not a match for the muscular men. He struggled but was pushed down again. Alas, he was unyielding and lifted up his head to declare, I will not sell off the 100 Saints Hall even if it means my death. If you don't want to sell it, then I might as well smash it apart. Lei Yu turned cruel and glared at the ancient temple. Bang! 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 More explosions could be heard, but he still couldn't break open the temple no matter how hard he tried. He mustered all of his strength like a baby drinking its mother's milk, but it was all for naught. He became quite angry and decided to take it out on this old man by mercilessly stomping on him. Old geezer, I have plenty of time. Today, I'll torture you to death and my school will take its time breaking down this place. Don't worry, I won't kill you quickly, not until I flatten this land. I want to see the despair in your eyes. With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the old man. The youth was livid. He originally wanted to break this temple down first before forcing the sale. However, he simply couldn't destroy this building at all, this only provoked his greed to possess this place. He believed that there was definitely an incredible treasure on this island, perhaps inside the temple. He became even more determined to occupy this island before others caught wind of it. The old man was quite stubborn. Despite vomiting blood from Lei Yu's barrage, he still kept his head high without letting out a single groan. Old geezer, your bones are quite hard, yeah. Lei Yu sneered and stomped on him again, a crisp crack made it apparent that a bone snapped. The old man finally grunted. He was clearly in deep pain, but he didn't let out a full scream. Heh, geezer Zhang, no matter how hard your bones are, I can still kill you as easily as killing an ant. Beg for your saints to come and save you. Where are they now? The old man still didn't utter a word and spent all of his energy on keeping his head high. His unyielding attitude only further enraged Lei Yu. Lei Yu stomped on the old man's face and sneered, ha ha ha, tell these saints protecting your temple to appear already so that I can see what these so-called saints of the 9 heavens and 10 earths look like. Is that so? A chilling voice sounded at this time, do you really wish to see the saints of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Li Qiye landed in front of the temple with a frigid demeanor and glared at Lei Yu's group. Li Qiye stated without answering the question. He sighed once more while looking at the plaque. Zhang Baitu eventually calmed down and bowed towards Li Qiye, young noble, how should I address you? Li Qiye answered, Li Qiye, just a passerby. He didn't have a big reaction after hearing this name and only nodded. He was only a little character and hadn't heard of Li Qiye's name before. Squeak, Li Qiye pushed open the wooden doors to the hall. Lei Yu used all of his strength to desperately smash open these doors to no avail, yet Li Qiye opened them so easily. How can this be? The old man couldn't believe his own wide-open eyes. Why not? Li Qiye turned back at him. Because these doors have never been opened by anyone. Zhang Baitu was stammering. In his memories, no one had been able to open these doors. His seniors and even many big shots from Dongting Lake all failed. According to the legends, the hall was protected by the wise saints of the world, their power safeguarded this hall. Li Qiye didn't reply as he stepped inside. The astounded old man calmed down and quickly followed. He had to ask, "Young noble Li, are you one of the saints?" The unopened doors had been opened by Li Chia, so perhaps this was one of the legendary saints. Saint? Are you referring to the saints that protect the hall? Li Chia laughed and said, "If you believe so, then I can be considered one." With that, he went inside. This hall was very simple without any further decorations other than a stone pillar. Contrary to people's expectations, the end of the hall contained no treasures. There was only a line of memorial tablets with names engraved on them. Li Chia was caught in a long silence while looking at these all too familiar names. He began to bow in front of each one while feeling quite sentimental inside. This was Zhang Baitu's first time seeing these tablets and names. However, the majority of them had the surname Zhang, Hong, or Su. After a while, he quietly asked Li Chia, Are these the tablets of my ancestors?" "Yes." Li Chia softly nodded, "They are the wise sages of the human race, the pride of humanity. Even during the era of darkness, they continued to defend the dignity of our race and protected its final dawn." Zhang Baitu had no comments. He didn't know anything about his ancestors. Only he remained of the Zhang clan, and he rarely mingled with Dongting Lake. Unfortunately, the descendants did not inherit the ambition or beliefs of their ancestors. After so many generations of friendship, they still couldn't avoid the temptation of one thing, power. Li Chia bemoaned while looking at the tablets. The ancestors of the Zhang, Hong, and Su were friends for generations. Their clans all followed Li Chia, and they eventually settled down in this place, creating Dongting Lake. It was meant to be a shelter for the human race in the heaven spirit world. The lake was once a prominent power. In its heyday, even the exquisite valley was far from being comparable. Regrettably, the descendants of these friends betrayed each other later on. They fought for power to the point of life and death. Because of this, Li Chia didn't want to bother with the lake's unfilial mindset or power struggles. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and glanced over at Zhang Baitu, flatly stating, "Even if your Zhang clan lost the fight back then, it shouldn't have deteriorated to this state." Zhang Baitu smiled wryly and responded, "I don't know much about the ancestors' business. I heard that after leaving the lake, they decided to stay here and act as guards. It is we descendants who were useless and failed to pass on our lineage. By the time my father's generation arrived, we were already finished. During my youth, my father and uncles departed one after another, unable to maintain the inheritance. In the end, I could only learn a few superficial things. In the past, the three clans ruled the lake together. Later on, the Zhang clan lost the internal conflict. Their ancestors were stubborn as well, so after losing, they moved out of the lake and settled here. Because their clan had lost a lot of resources, it was sent into a nosedive. Each generation became worse than the previous. Chapter 1233, Zhang clan Li Chia came out of the hall and sat on a stone step to gaze at the vast sea and its unrestrained waves while the soft breeze blew. This went on quietly for some time. Zhang Baitu didn't know Li Chia's origin. In his eyes, the youth was too mysterious and simply impossible to speculate. Zhang Baitu couldn't help but ask, "Young noble, where did you come from?" "From where I should." Li Chia looked over at Zhang Baitu and said, "I see that your cultivation is needlessly complex and unrefined. There's your own clan's merit law, then there are the incantations from the sea demons and internal strengthening from the Tyrants. This is very chaotic, so your blood energy isn't flowing well." Zhang Baitu was surprised after hearing this. Li Chia being able to see through him despite being so young made him feel quite dejected. "After the seniors left, I couldn't learn a lot beyond the elementary basics, so I had to go outside to find teachers. I joined many sects but failed to make much progress and had to return to the 100 Saints Hall in hopes of being able to live the rest of my life here like a falling leaf returning to its roots." A great sadness was expressed by his eyes. there were too many words he wanted to say, but he kept it brief. So it turned out that after the seniors of his clan passed away, he couldn't learn the remaining merit laws as they were missing. He wasn't willing to give up, so he left his home to find masters. Who knows if it was due to his own inability or some other reasons. Either way, this search didn't go smoothly. In this process, he learned very slowly, and the same went for his cultivation. In fact, very slow wasn't enough to describe his cultivation, as slow as a snail's pace was a more appropriate analogy. It was slow to the point where the sects he had joined agreed to let him leave. Sometimes he even left of his own volition. For many sects, there was no leaving after joining. However, there was no cure for Zhang Baitu's cultivation speed. To put it bluntly, even if he didn't want to leave, they would want him to leave eventually. Having such a disciple was simply losing face. Just like this, he joined one sect after another but amounted to nothing. He eventually joined too many sects in the Dragon Demon Sea and became quite well known. Everyone called him Zhang Baitu. It referred to him being the disciple of too many sections. No one even remembered his real name. The Zhang clan was one of the founding families, so this feeling of indignation is unavoidable. I don't know. Zhang Baitu spoke, Dongting Lake has no ill will towards me, as far as my generation is concerned. I don't know much about the conflicts back then, only that after leaving, my ancestors didn't want to return to the lake. They settled here instead, and this has been our home ever since. 1,000 years of anger, it is time to let it go. Li Qiye only grinned. He didn't know much about the power grab between these descendants since he couldn't bother finding out about this rotten business. Nevertheless, he still hoped that these descendants could come together someday. These clans used to coexist and not one piece could be missing. Only through unity would the lake be able to survive in the future. When I was younger, this resentment was more or less already there. Zhang Baitu smiled wryly and sighed, but now, I am closer to the earth than the sky, so I don't care too much about unnecessary things. All of this no longer matters. The enmity between the ancestors, just let it go, right and wrong is already in the past. After personally uttering these words, he felt quite relaxed. The enmity between their clans should disperse like smoke. During those years, their Zhang clan was pushed away from the central power of the lake. Their ancestors furiously moved out and decided to guard the 100 Saints Hall instead and cut all ties with the lake. Because of this, the Zhang descendants harbored resentment for many generations and didn't want anything to do with the Hong and Su clans. Li Qiye glanced at the old man and said, "It is good to think this way. Where there's a will, there's a way. One day, you will be able to laugh while thinking of these old grudges." Crash. At this time, the water started to splash violently as more than 100 iron-scale cultivators rode the waves to come closer. Not good, the iron-scale schoolmaster is here in person. Zhang Baitu's expression quickly changed after seeing these wave-riding experts. He didn't think that the school would come so fast. Moreover, the schoolmaster and the elders came in person. Chapter 1234, Old Plaque. More than 100 experts from the Iron Scale School as mighty as tigers and wolves were riding the waves forward. In the blink of an eye, they climbed up to the 100 Saints Hall. Their leader was an old man whose back had an armor suffused with a golden glow. This was a special characteristic of the Iron Scale tribe after they reached a certain power level. This leader turned out to be the Iron Scale schoolmaster, Lei Yu's father. Zhang Baitu turned pale after seeing so many experts from this school. Even though he was a seasoned man who had seen a lot of the world, he still shuddered in fear before such powerful enemies. Zhang Baitu calmed down and hurriedly told Li Qiye, "Young noble, leave quickly. 2 hands cannot win against 4 fists. As long as the verdant hills remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood." Despite his shallow cultivation, he could still tell that Li Qiye was powerful. However, the school had more than 100 experts, Li Qie alone would find it difficult to oppose them. Don't worry. Li Qie sat on the stone steps and smiled, the unrepentant must pay a huge price. The Iron Scale schoolmaster and his fellow experts came before the temple. They saw Li Qie sitting on top of a stone step without a care. Lei Yu's expression became twisted as he pointed at Li Qie and yelled, "Are you the one who killed my disciples and harmed my son?" Li Qie glanced at him and smiled, "That's right. Are you going to cut off your son's head as well as your own to beg for forgiveness before the 100 Saints Hall now? A fool knows no fear. Still daring to boast. My Iron Scale school will tear you into pieces. And as for you, old man, this is on your head as well." Lei Yu screamed with eyes spewing a fiery fury. As a descendant of a big sect, he had never been humiliated like this before. Beg for forgiveness towards the hall. The schoolmaster couldn't help but laugh. What the hell is this place that justifies my school begging for forgiveness? You have already committed an unforgivable sin. I shall take your head and offer it to my disciples so that they can watch from the heavens. As for you, old Zhang. The schoolmaster's eyes turned cold as he spoke imposingly. You sold this island to my school and took our money, yet you dare to renege on it? A crime worthy of death. Today, I will take this island in accordance to the agreement and crush the 100 Saints Hall. Liar. Zhang Baitu jumped out after hearing this and pointed at the schoolmaster. Since when did I sell this island to your school? This is simply coercion. Is that right? The schoolmaster sneered and took out a contract. It is clearly written as such on this contract. I trust that in just a moment, your fingerprint will be on it on top of an oath with your true fate. Zhang Baitu trembled from anger. He knew what the school wanted to do, so he snapped, Lei, don't even think about it. I would commit suicide before letting you succeed. This island will forever belong to my clan, you won't be able to take it. Really now? The schoolmaster smiled deviously. I'm afraid your Zhang clan is about to meet its end. Do you still think the island will belong to the clan then? You, Zhang Baitu was quivering with rage and could no longer speak. To tell the truth, I'm a bit disappointed with you sea demons. Li Qie lazily stood up at this time. It has been too long and you demons have such bad memories. Perhaps you all have forgotten who you can and cannot afford to provoke. It looks like I need to stain this place with blood as a reminder that this is the 100 Saints Hall, its holiness is inviolable and protected by the sages of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Violators shall be killed without mercy. With that, his eyes shot out a chilling murderous intent. Ha ha ha, protected by the sages. Lei Yu couldn't help but laugh with a cruel grimace. Where are they now? Are you one of them? Ha, a junior like you dares to call yourself a sage. Ha ha ha, inviolable holiness. Our Iron Scale school will trample this place and build another branch here. After Lei Yu finished speaking, Li Qie suddenly appeared in front of him and spread out his palm to grab Lei Yu's head. What are you doing? Lei Yu was stunned from shock and wanted to run towards his father. However, it was too late. Rip. His head and his spine were instantly pulled out by Li Qie as blood spattered everywhere. No. His head was still moving as he screamed before his imminent death. Little beast. The schoolmaster couldn't save his son in time and had to watch the process play out. He vomited blood from anger and cried in a furor, kill him. Tear him into pieces. He himself took out a saber and rushed forward. Junior, accept your death. At this time, the elders and the other experts shouted aggressively. All of them wanted to kill Li Qie with their numerical advantage. Bang! 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 Bursts of impacts resounded, followed by the sound of bones shattering. Next came the sounds of objects falling to the ground. The schoolmaster and all of the experts fell to the ground at the same time like a flower in full bloom. Blood quietly flowed from their bodies and soaked the ground and stone pavement. All of this happened in complete silence. The schoolmaster's eyes were wide open. Not even in death did he know how he died. Li Qiye was too fast, they didn't even have the opportunity to react. What? Zhang Baitu struggled to calm down. He was quivering with fear and stumbled several steps backward. Even though he had seen killing before, this was his first time seeing such a brutal massacre. Li Qiye once again sat down on the stone steps as if nothing had happened. Hang them all on the trees. He commanded nonchalantly, let the world know that the 100 Saints Hall is the resting place of brave spirits. No one can violate its sanctity. Some people should start remembering better. This is not good, the Iron Scale School will go mad. Zhang Baitu hesitated and said, this isn't only provoking the school, it will be going against the entire sea demon race. You just need to listen. Li Qiye flatly replied, the Iron Scale School and sea demons are meaningless. If the overlords of this race understand the significance of the 100 Saints Hall, they will tuck their tails between their legs. Zhang Baitu paused for a bit before following Li Qiye's directions and started to hang the bodies on the trees. Doing so in the most conspicuous location was truly sending a message to their enemies. After taking care of business, he returned to Li Qiye's side and asked, what now? What else but to destroy the Iron Scale School? I stay true to my words. Li Qiye smiled and stood up to look at the plaque of the temple. Boom! The crow on the plaque seemed to come alive. It suddenly opened its eyes while the plaque shot out an endless light. In an instant, the plaque flew away with the momentum of an invincible cavalry. Bang! A violent world-destroying aura instantly rushed out. It broke through the void and emerged in the sky above the Iron Scale School. What's happening? The ancestors there were confused after sensing this invincible aura engulf their school. Clank! 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 Metallic explosions occurred. The plaque underwent a great change, as if it was a gigantic armored deity descending from the sky. Boom! The earth shook while an impossibly high tidal wave rose to the sky. The entirety of the Dragon Demon Sea was affected by the tremors. The plaque carried the supreme will of an unstoppable cavalry and instantly penetrated the ancestral ground of the Iron Scale School. Despite the multi-layered defensive barriers, the ancestral ground couldn't withstand a single blow and was immediately annihilated. No! The ancestors couldn't help but scream after seeing the destruction of their ancestral ground. It was too late. With just one attack, the Iron Scale School completely collapsed as the blood of its disciples stained the sea. Many people felt this change and were astonished. Dongting Lake was the closest sect. It was alarmed as well, but no one knew what was going on. The invincible will of a cavalry had crossed through the heaven and earth, causing countless creatures to tremble. This commotion had startled a few truly supreme existence. In the highest location of Rainbow City, one person among the clouds suddenly stood up in shock. Their eyes illuminated the world. Which blind fool maneuvered against the 100 Saints Hall? This person was moved by this development, that is the place protected by the sages, so which idiot decided to blaspheme the brave spirits? That is simply courting death. Other sects and lineages didn't know what was going on. It was only after a long time that these few ancient existences finally calmed down. Chapter 1235, Minor Zen School. After a long time, an ancient existence who actually knew about what happened movingly spoke. The 100 Saints Hall is the untouchable resting place of heroes. A few fools do not know and only think of it and Dongting Lake as a treasure land worth coveting. Why don't they think about the reason it has been untouched for millions of years? Whatever, just a few fools wanting to die. My old bones do not want to join such muddy waters. After commenting, this existence went back to sleep and ignored this matter completely. Back on the island, the plaque returned to the top of the temple. It was still incomparably old like before. Zhang Baitu had fallen to his knees from the pressure emanating from the invincible aura. It took him a long time to calm down. Nevertheless, he was still stunned. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that this old plaque of the hall carried such power. Eventually, he stood up and looked at it while stammering, this thing is, he took half a day, yet he couldn't enunciate a whole sentence clearly. The schoolmaster admitted, but none of them are particularly incredible. Li Qie laughed and gently shook his head, don't worry, I'm not here for treasures. Plus, if I wanted treasures from the Undying Gate, I wouldn't have come here. Ah, there is a misunderstanding. The schoolmaster hurriedly smiled in response. She brought along a few items in her dowry that have been used up long ago. If I had a world-shattering treasure, the minor Zen school wouldn't be a small lineage right now. Then what did you give Miss Su? Li Qie chuckled. A map. To which the schoolmaster responded, but it is not a treasure map or anything. It is a very strange map with no use. If it wasn't for Miss Su bringing the other half of the map with her, I wouldn't have known that it was half of a map in the first place. She had to have it, so she paid an exorbitant amount of refined jades for it. Li Qie casually asked, what kind of map is it? The schoolmaster revealed a wry smile and said, to tell the truth, I don't know what kind of map it is either. It was thrown into a corner at home and no one has ever looked at it before. After Miss Su brought the other half here, I finally remembered it. After she received the other half, I also took a quick look. It is a very strange map, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Of course, it is definitely not an art for eternal life. In the end, he added this sentence lest Li Qie have some misunderstanding. Li Qie burst into laughter, I know what you mean. Rest assured, I am not here for the art of immortality. If such an item could fall into your hands so easily, countless people for the past millions of years wouldn't have been searching for it. It's not something you can possess. Your keen insight is worthy of admiration. The schoolmaster became relieved after hearing this. He didn't want Li Qie to think that he once had the art of immortality. If this news were to spread, then a disaster would befall their school. Thank you for your time, goodbye. After his inquiries, he understood that the schoolmaster had limited knowledge, so there was no need to pry further. In fact, he was not in a rush to find Su Yonghuan. As long as she wasn't in any danger, he was fine with it. He was only curious about what she actually did to make even the skeletal horse of immortal Emperor Bu Si start running outside. Of course, he also knew that the collapse of the immortal emperor back then wasn't so simple. Otherwise, the emperor wouldn't have left some cautionary measures. The schoolmaster enthusiastically asked, if you don't mind, can you stay in our humble abode for a few days? Li Qie was the successor of the peacock tree. In the future, he could become a leader for the human race in the heaven spirit world, thus the schoolmaster wanted to befriend Li Qie. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. He glanced at the master and casually took out a wooden box. Thank you for your hospitality. This is a greeting gift, goodbye for now. The master was taken aback. He accepted the wooden box and whiffed a medicinal fragrance. He looked up to say, young noble, you are too polite. However, Li Qie had already disappeared without a trace. The schoolmaster eventually calmed down and opened the wooden box. He was astounded and stumbled several steps backward while unable to believe his eyes. 1,000,000-year-old blood ginseng. This truly frightened him because it was just a greeting gift. How extravagant was this? It wasn't an item he would even dare to think about. Li Qie gave it to him due to his honesty. If he wasn't someone who took pride in being a schoolmaster, Li Qie wouldn't have given him the gift. After the schoolmaster calmed down, he quickly put it away. Such an item could bring about a sect-ending disaster for them if others were to find out. Chapter 1236, Rainbow Island. If Dongting Lake was a jewel before the Dragon Mountain, then Rainbow City was situated by the very end of its tail. The tail of the mountain range was dotted with many islands like the stars in the sky. All of them were quite small yet exquisite. The inhabitants here used the trees in the surroundings to build pretty little houses. At the mountain range and Rainbow City, people usually brought up another lineage, one that was very mysterious in the heaven spirit world, the giant dragon kingdom. Some believed that it indeed existed while others denied this claim. Who knows the truth in this matter? According to the legends, the ancestor of the kingdom was the giant dragon god. The existence of this deity was widely accepted, unlike the kingdom. It was considered the apex existence of the sea demons. After dying, its huge body turned into the current giant dragon mountain range. From then on, its descendants prospered and populated this area. The kingdom was also established by them within the depths of the range. Nevertheless, the kingdom's location and characteristics were still mysteries to outsiders. However, one could find some traces of this kingdom at Rainbow City. Some said that this city was a window of the giant dragon kingdom. It was purposely established as an outreach towards the secular world. Meanwhile, the Rainbow Islands were only the beginning of the city itself. One must go through the islands before being able to reach the city. Li Qie entered one island and faintly smiled while staring at the sky. A series of islands appeared before him with people coming and going. Humans, sea demons, and Tyrants, all of these cultivators were only stopping by for a bit before attempting to enter the actual Rainbow City. He saw a carriage going through this island. It was very extravagant and its body was made from the precious metals of the Profound Dynasty. 8 different compartments spewed out water that paved a path in the sky so that the carriage could move forward even faster. 8 of the rarest phoenix steeds in the heaven spirit world were pulling this luxurious ride. Scintillating lights accompanied them and made it seem like their owner was a deity on patrol. Many pretty maids were behind the carriage while younger servants were throwing flowers next to the carriage. Wherever it was on its path, the surrounding 10 miles would be filled with fluttering flowers. It was the most ostentatious showing of wealth and nobility. Not too many people would put on such an overbearing posture in the heaven spirit world. Most importantly, the majority of cultivators did not pursue this type of luxury, so this type of lavish travel was quite rare. It also easily attracted jealousy and even trouble from others. However, the master of this carriage probably never spared a thought for such a problem. In fact, the moment people saw the little flag on the carriage, they quickly gave way, let alone cause trouble. They knew that this was the banner of the profound god monarch. Only those closest to him were allowed to use this banner. A cultivator murmured, "Gongsun Meiyu is here." His friend reminded him, "Shu, quiet down. You better call her Queen Gongsun. I heard people from the Abyss Sea say that she likes being called Queen the most. Otherwise, she might randomly kill people if she is in a bad mood." People had different emotions while looking at this luxurious carriage. Some were awed while others were envious, but regardless of what they felt, the most common reaction was to retreat. Gongsun Meiyu was a concubine of the profound god monarch and was known to have earned his favor. Rumor has it that she might even be promoted from concubine to wife, the new queen of the profound dynasty. In fact, she didn't only rely on her beauty to win his love. Before marrying him, she had already been famous among the younger generation of charming spirits. Her cultivation was very powerful as she was once a prodigy. Someone speculated, if Queen Gongsun is here, maybe the monarch is on his way as well. His companion quietly replied, "Don't speak carelessly. I heard Queen Gongsun is very grumpy right now. Her favorite maid was killed by a kid named Li Qie. She is probably on a trip to feel better, or maybe she is trying to find that kid." Li Qie ignored the carriage. He entered an inn and quietly drank, waiting for Zhang Baitu to come. He quietly sighed while gazing outside the inn to look at the ocean as well as the faint Dragon Mountain range in the distance. In fact, many resting cultivators were gazing at it as well. A cultivator asked his friend sitting next to him, "Are there really dragons in those mountains? Or rather, does such a race truly exist in this world?" An older elder pondered for a moment regarding this question before answering, "That would depend on how you define the dragon race. Whether they exist in those mountains or not is difficult to say. However, Dragon demons indeed exist in the heaven spirit world. They are supreme among our sea demon race. Some ancestors believe that the dragons in there are part of the sea dragon demons as well. Speaking of dragons, I have heard of a certain legend. A friend at the same table added, a very long time ago, a little black dragon used to play around these mountains and this sea region. It swam through the Rainbow Islands, but who knows if it is real or not. Another friend happily joined in, I've heard about that too. This little black dragon caused a lot of trouble at Dongting Lake. Later on, it was subdued by an immortal. The cultivator that initiated the conversation became quite curious and quickly asked, immortal? A real immortal? It's probably just a fairy tale. Where can you find immortals in this world? The elder smiled and shook his head. One of the friends added, I heard a version that is a little different. It says that the person who subdued the little black dragon was not an immortal at all, it was a heinous devil king. After this devil king took down the dragon, he skinned it and drank its blood before boiling the meat and eating it. Li Qie, who was sitting in a corner, almost spat out his wine. Some rumors kept on spreading and eventually, the tale became completely different. Li Qie didn't really mind this small talk. He gently smiled and stopped listening. After a good while, Zhang Baitu finally arrived. He saw Li Qie and quickly bowed. Li Qie nodded and signaled for him to sit down. You are late. Li Qie casually spoke while drinking and enjoying the scenery outside. Something happened that slowed me down a bit, just a small matter. Zhang Baitu smiled awkwardly while rubbing his palms. Li Qie slightly frowned and asked, someone came looking for trouble? No, no, Zhang Baitu saw Li Qie's expression and his soul almost left his body. He quickly waved his hands to deny the claim. But how could a little character like him withstand Li Qie's glare? He eventually gave up with a bitter face, young noble, really, it is no big deal. Because of the big commotion earlier, the disciples from Dongting Lake were afraid that something had happened to me, so they came asking questions, that's all. They really didn't trouble me at all, really. In his eyes, Li Qie was definitely not a good-natured person. A single discordant conversation could lead to a bloodbath. He probably belonged to the type of people who would kill as many provokers as possible. Because of this, he was afraid that Li Qie would misunderstand and kill the disciples from the lake. He would never be able to forgive himself if that were to happen. Li Qie gave him a quick glance before shifting his gaze towards the mountains. After seeing Li Qie no longer pressing the issue, Zhang Baitu finally felt relieved. He thought about back then when the disciples saw the corpses that were hung on the trees. How could they not be frightened? Of course, he didn't want these disciples to provoke Li Qie, it would be the same as courting death. He eventually gathered his courage and softly asked, young noble, where are we going now? Li Qie withdrew his gaze and replied, to Rainbow City to grab a few things for you. We have to prepare certain things in order to destroy your Tao foundation and start over. Destroy my Tao foundation? The old man was startled after hearing this. Even though his foundation was very shallow, it was still the fruit of several dozen hard-fought years. He couldn't accept this so quickly. Li Qie looked at him with one eye and said, there is nothing to feel lost about. I'm not trying to belittle you, but your Tao foundation is as good as not having anything at all, it's completely dispensable. Destroy to rebuild from the beginning, this is the way to go. Zhang Baitu had to admit that his foundation was indeed lacking and dispensable. He asked with some concern, but I'm not young anymore, can I handle it? He was quite old already. Destroying the foundation at his age could easily lead to exhaustion, he'd croak for sure. Li Qie casually replied, don't worry. With me here, it would be difficult for you to die even if you wanted to. Then we'll do as you say, young noble. He made a decision after a moment of hesitation. In his eyes, Li Qie had no need to harm him. If he did, just one finger was enough to take care of him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Chapter 1237, Hong Yujiao Li Qiye gave a nod and continued to look at the hazy mountain range in silence. This giant dragon mountain range stretched for 10 million miles like a dragon lying on the ocean. It was completely engulfed in mist and fog, a dragon with a visible head yet indiscernible tail. This made the whole area even more mysterious. Unlike your ancestors who protected the vitality of the human race, you're now just a bunch of cowards hiding in the city. All of their glory has been thrown away by your generation. Today, you have even forgotten about the souls of your ancestors as well as your spiritual totem. I'm curious, how many years has it been since the last time your lake went to worship the 100 Saints Hall? Has it been 50 or 100 generations? I'm afraid that your lake has even forgotten who the ones enshrined in the hall are. With that, he sighed and didn't want to look at her anymore. She couldn't answer due to lacking knowledge about this matter. She only knew that some ancestors from the lake speculated that the 100 Saints Hall might be storing some treasures. We descendants are not qualified to comment on the matter of our ancestors. Eventually, she answered, I just want to ask you, did you kill the Iron Scale Schoolmasters group? This was the thing she was most concerned about. After all, the schoolmaster and elders of a sea demon lineage had died very close to Dongting Lake, and even their sect was destroyed. Once this news spread, their lake would become the prime suspect. Of course, she understood that Zhang Baitu couldn't kill that group, so the only possibility was this person sitting in front of her. I understand your lake's intention. Li Qiye smiled. It needs to find a murderer in order to wash away this suspicion. Chapter 1238, Scolding. She maintained her calm despite his accusation and lowered her tone. This is a serious matter, so our Dongting Lake will get to the very bottom of it. Get to the bottom of it? Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. When the Iron Scale School bullied Zhang Baitu, when they tried to force him to sell the 100 Saints Hall, where was your lake then? And now, during the aftermath, your lake is trying to steer clear of anything to do with this event. Quite interesting. Well, Zhang Baitu softly spoke, young noble, this really isn't the lake's fault. I didn't tell them at all. Li Qiye smiled and waved his sleeve. You don't have to speak up for them, I know full well what is going on. You don't have to tell me that the lake has disposed of the bodies either. Zhang Baitu was scared. He didn't expect Li Qiye to predict it this fast, so he had no response. Hong Yujiao answered instead, Brother Zhang is not at fault, this was the lake's decision and it has nothing to do with him. After hearing this, Li Qiye slowly turned towards Hong Yujiao and smiled, this is more like it, spoken like a family. She took a deep breath and stared at him, with all due respect, this is not a joke. I hope you can clarify this matter or the sea demons in this region will put this on Dongting Lake. At that time, the lake will be isolated from the rest of the world. Isolated from the world? Li Qiye laughed, this kind of thing will never happen. Kill 30 to 50 of someone's men and they will swear to never share this sky with you again. But if you kill 1 billion of them, they will obediently tuck their tails between their legs. Those who are unconvinced will have their bones litter the ground. His eyes turned cold at this point. I am not someone who agrees with using force to bully the weak, and I will not condone any immoral acts from my followers. However, those who dare to provoke me or harm my followers, regardless of whether they are strong or weak, will be killed before talking about who was right and wrong. Only when you use blood to talk will others understand where your bottom line is. Otherwise, people will think that you are an easy target, and they will bully you while thinking that the humans in the heaven spirit world are mere ants. It is a pity that your group did not inherit the hot blood of your ancestors or their willingness to kill. He continued on with indifference, your lake is willing to sacrifice Zhang Baitu to separate itself from this situation, maybe you would even give up the 100 Saints Hall altogether. As long as the interests of your lake are untouched, everything can be negotiated. Zhang Baitu trembled after hearing the line about killing all those who opposed you and answering with blood. It truly touched his heart. We do not have those intentions. Despite being unable to refute all of Li Qiye's accusations, Huang Yujiao still said, "We don't want to turn Brother Zhang into a shield, our goal is to find out the truth so that others won't misconstrue the situation." Misconstrue? Li Qiye laughed sarcastically and said, "So what if they misunderstand? The Iron Scale School and outsiders are nothing. Who needs them to understand things clearly? So what if they don't? You can't even protect the spirits of your ancestors and have even forgotten their creed, yet you care about the misunderstandings of outsiders. The damned geezers at Dongting Lake have lost their minds. Sir, I hope you can be more careful with your words. Dongting Lake has our own principles, and we shall do what we must." She didn't back down in response. "We are grateful for you saving Brother Zhang, but if you keep on insulting Dongting Lake, don't blame me for no longer being polite." "Sister," Zhang Baitu jumped up from his chair and dragged her away. "Sister, you now understand the situation, so go back and report this to the sect master." He winked at her. He didn't want to see a fight between the two of them since her fate would be the same as the ones from the Iron Scale School, instantly crushed by Li Qiye. "Baitu," Li Qiye waved his sleeve and said, "There's no need to be so sneaky around me. If I wanted to kill her, she wouldn't have been able to talk in front of me. The same goes for Dongting Lake, if I wanted to trouble them, I wouldn't be sitting here right now." Zhang Baitu awkwardly let go of her and wryly smiled, "Young noble, she isn't trying to annoy you. She is only nervous about protecting Dongting Lake. If I was annoyed with her, I wouldn't have let her speak." Li Qiye glared at him. The old man coughed and didn't say anything else. Li Qiye shifted his attention towards the girl and said, "I'm the killer, your lake can go ahead and reveal it if you want to be rid of suspicion. Tell those brainless geezers to stop being short-sighted all day long and fixated on trivial matters. They have forgotten who their ancestors are and their own surnames for a few benefits." "You," she glared at him. After all, he was directly scolding her elders. No one could swallow such anger. "Sister, go already, the master is waiting for your news." Zhang Baitu dragged her away and motioned for her to quickly leave. She managed to restrain herself and coldly looked at Li Qiye. "I won't interfere with your disrespectful behavior, but if you insult Dongting Lake again, I will definitely deal with you." Li Qiye ignored her and focused on his drinks. She eventually left, brewing with indignation. If it wasn't for Zhang Baitu pulling her back, she would have definitely fought this arrogant person. Zhang Baitu was in a difficult position after she left. He rubbed his palms and smiled, "Young noble, Sister Hong is a very good person. The only thing is that she can be very straightforward at times." Even though their ancestors had grievances, this generation got along with each other. This was especially true for Hong Yujiao and himself. They were quite close, so he couldn't watch her go to her death. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't say anything. After a long time, Li Qiye looked at the faint mountain range one last time and decided to pay the bill. He looked over at Zhang Baitu and said, "Come, we'll go to Rainbow City." The two of them left the inn to go to the ferry. Everyone had to use this particular type of fish as transportation before they could reach Rainbow City. Once they got to the ferry, the sky suddenly turned dark. A gigantic ship descended from the sky, its size too immense to describe. Half of its hull was still hidden in the clouds, so no one could see it fully. This gigantic warship appearing at Rainbow Island attracted a lot of attention. Many people saw the conch insignia on the warship and became quite surprised. Someone asked, "Is that the roaring conch?" An old man slowly answered, "No, this isn't it. It might be the ship of a big character from there though." Another person speculated after seeing the ship, "Is it the Sea Shield Prince then?" The insignia of the roaring conch left many spectators shocked. This was a famous lineage throughout the entire heaven spirit world, not just limited to the dragon demon sea. They had two sea gods that possessed the trident for a very long time. According to the tales, the moment their conch blared, all of the sea demons in the world would answer its call. A smaller ship flew out of the big warship. In fact, this smaller vessel was still quite sizable. It just seemed tiny in comparison to its huge friend. The warship didn't stop after the second one came out. It slowly rose to the sky and disappeared towards the horizon, towards an unknown destination. The smaller one landed. Many saw a woman standing at the bow. She basked in the wind with her hair fluttering about. Her pretty eyes and nose were more than enough to describe her as beautiful. Her fair white skin had a hint of rouge. Such a beauty would command attention wherever she went. Her waist was especially slender, it was as if a gust of wind could make it dance. Despite her delicate appearance, she exuded a terrifying aura befitting of a god monarch. Halos emerged from her body. Each of them seemed to be part of their own world while carrying infinite power. Many were frightened to see this force. After all, she was an incredibly young god monarch. Wow, a god monarch! Zhang Baitu was in awe and felt quite envious after seeing the god monarch's halos. He had cultivated for a lifetime, yet his cultivation was completely negligible. However, this young lady ahead was already a horrifying god monarch. How could people not be stunned into admiration before this scene? Chapter 1239, Rainbow Fish. In fact, Zhang Baitu was not the only one who was envious. Many people had the same stunned expression while looking at her. Shengguan Fian, the junior sister of the Sea Shield Prince. Rumor has it that she is already an intermediate god monarch. What a magnificent goddess. A young cultivator stared at her in admiration but became gloomy when comparing himself to her. God monarch was only a title. In fact, experts at the virtuous deity level were eligible to be called god monarchs. There were different levels of this particular title. Cultivators generally divided them into 5 levels: minor monarch, intermediate monarch, grand monarch, true monarch, and bestowed monarch. However, she came from the wealthy roaring conch. She handed the payment over to the old man without batting an eye. He whistled again and 100 rainbow fish emerged. He commanded, "Go." The fish immediately pulled the ship away. To see this many fish drag away such a huge ship with their bubbles was quite a spectacular scene. More time passed, it was finally Li Qiye and Zhang Baitu's turn. Baitu was only following Li Qiye since he didn't know which station they were going to. Dragon Hark. Li Qiye smiled while looking at the old man. You. Free. The old man looked at Zhang Baitu and then turned to look at Li Qiye, and as for you, 30 virtuous paragon jades. We're together. Zhang Baitu was anxious for Li Qiye after hearing the price. In his eyes, 30 virtuous paragon jades was an astronomical figure. He wouldn't be able to gather this much in his entire life. 30, the old man didn't care at all, it was as if he didn't hear Zhang Baitu. Li Qiye only smiled and handed a black pouch over to the old man. The old man didn't bother looking at it before putting it away in his chest pocket, then he whistled for 2 fish. The 2 jumped on the fish as they blew their bubbles and disappeared. By the time the bubbles disappeared, allowing the 2 to see again, they had already fallen into a huge ancient city. This was their destination, Dragon Hark. Dragon Hark was the first stop of Rainbow City. In fact, Rainbow City was only a general term. It didn't mean that it only consisted of one city. On the contrary, it was the general designation for everything here, including these cities and stops. Many believe that Rainbow City gained its name because all of these stops required the riding of the rainbow fish's bubbles to reach them. Rumor has it that Dragonhark City was named after Dragonhark Valley. The validity of this claim remains unknown. Dragonhark City was enormous. While standing on the city walls to look outside, people would see blossoming white clouds. This city seemed to be built in the sky. While looking down, one would only see a vast expanse with no end. Even while inside the city, people didn't know where it was located. This has always been a hot topic with great discussions and studies. However, the answer remains a mystery. There were stories of people jumping down from the wall in order to locate where Dragonhark actually was, but there would be no return after jumping down. From then on, no one from future generations dared to jump down the wall unless they were tired of living. Li Qie and Zhang Baitu jumped off their fish, and the fish swam away with their tails flapping about. Chapter 1240, Destroying the Tao Foundation. Li Qie brought Zhang Baitu straight to the Rainbow Pavilion in Dragonhark. They reserved a small courtyard and settled down. The Rainbow Pavilion was the biggest inn at Dragonhark. In fact, it was the only one in Dragonhark and all of Rainbow City as well. No one knew why there was only one inn in the entire region. Some believed that the inn belonged to Rainbow City and that they didn't wish to share this business with outsiders. Others stated that behind the inn stood the Jian clan. This clan had a very deep relationship with Rainbow City. Despite being the only inn here, the pricing was very reasonable and it could accommodate more than 10,000 guests. Because of this, there were no complaints from outsiders upon visiting the inn. After taking care of Zhang Baitu, Li Qie went out to buy some medicinal materials. When he passed by the lobby, he heard a shopkeeper advertising to the guests, "Fair to the young and old with the right price, we have 80 million years of reputation." The shopkeeper was an old man around the mortal age of 70 with a grey robe. His appearance was not too outstanding, but he was very hard-working, evident by the calluses on his hands. Li Qie smirked after seeing the shopkeeper and revealed a very interested smile. The shopkeeper noticed Li Qie and smiled back, "Sir, do you want to go out or need something?" Li Qie smiled back, "How can you prove that your reputation has been great for more than 80 million years?" The shopkeeper laughed and replied, "Ah, sir, just look at my age and you should know that I am not a swindler. My hair is completely gray from the torments of time. At this age, why would I need to lie, right?" Li Qie continued to smile and leisurely responded, "Was it an eventful experience?" "You are asking about my life?" The shopkeeper happily responded, "It wasn't bad, so I guess. I don't want much at this age, only a full belly. And of course, my old bones have a bunch of children and grandchildren as well. What more do I want? Just food and clothing and children playing around me, this is more than enough for an old man like me." Li Qie nodded while looking at him and movingly said, "You're right, what more do you want in life? Warmth and food with children surrounding you, quite an enviable lifestyle." The talkative shopkeeper asked with a grin, "Sir, do you have any other pursuits in life?" Li Qie pondered for a bit before smiling at the shopkeeper, "I just want an answer, that's all I need." The shopkeeper rubbed his clothing with his calloused hands and continued, "Who can have all the answers in life?" Li Qie responded, "No one knows the answer, which is why I require it." With that, he turned and left the inn. What is the goal of life? Li Qie sighed and recalled the past. In a distant era, someone had asked him the same question at Rainbow City. It had been said that the heaven and earth were too unreachable. All were mere ants below them, but this was also fine. It was just like the old man said, there was nothing bad about being content with a life surrounded by loved ones. Li Qie walked on slowly in silence while contemplating this issue and the unforgettable words. Being an ant within this unreachable heaven and earth was not necessarily a bad thing. He became lost in a daze. There was once an extremely wise man here who eventually chose a peaceful ending. After a while, he lifted his head towards the distance. With an incomparably firm gaze, as if nothing and nobody could shake him, he said, "No matter how distant the heaven and earth might be and regardless of how long this path is before the end, I just need an answer. This has always been the case in the past, the present, and will be so in the future as well." He smiled freely after this and entered the streets full of pedestrians. Rainbow City was too large to be measured. Even though there were very few landmasses in the heaven spirit world, there were still several big cities. The ones here weren't necessarily the biggest ones in this world, but they were definitely among the top 10. Dragonhark, as the first stopping point, was very lively. This was the biggest market in Rainbow City. It could even be considered the largest in all of Heaven Spirit. There were sea demons from this region, charming spirits from the Abyss Sea, and Tyrants from the Jade Sea. In addition to the many shops, cultivators set up little stalls along the streets to sell their treasures, and some were searching for alchemy ingredients. It was a scene that encompassed all sorts of images. Many cultivators came here due to the great reputation and size of this market at Dragonhark. There was a phrase used to describe this place: there is nothing one couldn't buy here for the right price. Li Qie bought a lot of materials for Zhang Baitu. They weren't that precious, which was why he just went outside to buy them. He was getting ready to destroy Baitu's cultivation in order to have him start over from the beginning. Because his cultivation was needlessly complex and convoluted, it was only harmful without any benefits. Of course, it would have been much easier for a young cultivator to destroy their cultivation, but it was different for Zhang Baitu. He was no longer young and his blood energy was quite feeble. Without being supplemented by pills, destroying his cultivation would only send him to see his maker. After preparing all the alchemy ingredients, he readied the cauldron to refine them. The flame ignited and melted all the ingredients. It burned away the dregs and left behind the essences. Eventually, the fire flowed like a pot of soup within. In this moment it was difficult to tell the fire from the medicinal essences. Under Li Qie's instruction, Zhang Baitu stepped into the cauldron. The fire seemed to have its own life and slowly infiltrated Zhang Baitu's body with the essences. They protected his meridians and veins. Li Qie ordered, "Remember, focus your energy while clearing your mind of needless thoughts. Any carelessness would result in death for an old cultivator like Zhang Baitu, so Li Qie had no choice but to use this method." The old man followed his order and calmed his mind while converging his vitality. He could feel the essences flowing through his body. Right at this moment, Li Qie began and shattered Zhang Baitu's Dao foundation with lightning speed. Crack! Zhang Baitu's Dao foundation collapsed in an instant. He trembled and almost audibly screamed, but he managed to endure the pain. Li Qie was fast and accurate as he quickly and completely destroyed the foundation. At this time, there was nothing left of the broken foundation in Zhang Baitu. All of the residue was destroyed without leaving behind any traces. Zhang Baitu now resembled a mortal that had never cultivated before. The essences began to integrate into the key locations in his body, every muscle and joint, in order to strengthen him. His condition stabilized due to the medicine. Otherwise, someone else at his age experiencing this process would immediately turn into a hunchback old man after losing their Dao foundation. Li Qie withdrew the fire and Zhang Baitu fell to the ground. There weren't too many visible changes to him. His hair had become grayer and he had lost the aura of a cultivator. However, his complexion was quite ruddy like an immortal with gray hair, yet he still had the face of a young man. This was a very healthy and rare constitution for a mortal man. Zhang Baitu's vision worsened and he was unable to walk as if he was flying like other cultivators. Most of his abilities were gone as well. Of course, this was the great difference between a mortal and a cultivator. Maybe it isn't that bad being a mortal sometimes. Zhang Baitu sighed emotionally after his regression. The sense of loss was there, but it was not overwhelming. After all, his cultivation was extremely shallow in the first place. This would be a completely different scenario for a master. Some wouldn't be able to handle losing their cultivation. "Thank you, young noble." Zhang Baitu quickly thanked Li Qie. Li Qie waved his sleeve dismissively, "There's no need to be emotional, what you have lost will return not long from now." "Young noble, you wish to pass down a merit law to me?" Zhang Baitu happily asked right away after hearing this. Despite knowing his terrible talents and that he wouldn't get much further in his life in terms of cultivation, he had never given up before. Persistence was part of his character. His hope had been rekindled after becoming a mortal and listening to Li Qie. Chapter 1241, Dragonheart Valley. Li Chia gently shook his head in response, "No, I don't have the right merit law to pass down to you. A member of the Zhang must cultivate the Zhang clan's law. But my clan's laws have been lost for a long time now." Zhang Baitu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Even Dongting Lake might not have our laws. None of the ancestors said anything about it." Li Chia flatly replied, "Your Zhang clan doesn't have them and the lake might not either, but Dragonheart Valley will." Dragonheart Valley? Zhang Baitu was surprised. Why would my clan's laws be at the valley? He didn't understand the connection between the two entities. To be more exact, those laws exist in this place. With that, Li Chia pointed at his head and said, "If you are able to be enlightened at the valley, you will obtain your clan's merit laws once more." Zhang Baitu was dazed. Even though he was not good at cultivation, he was not a fool. With a slightly startled expression, he asked, "Young noble, are you saying that my clan's laws came from the valley itself?" "You can put it that way." Li Chia nonchalantly spoke, "Your forefather's bloodline is not the purest of human bloodlines, so your members can only cultivate the clan's laws. Through meditation and enlightenment at the valley, you will find what you desire." Zhang Baitu looked distracted. He knew far less than Li Chia about his own ancestors, but he didn't dare to ask why Li Chia was aware of this. Can I do it?" He was lacking confidence after calming down. He couldn't be blamed for this since failure had haunted him for years. The failure of his first attempt at cultivation had already shattered his confidence completely, leaving him unsure of himself. Li Chia stared at him and replied, "A calm heart is more important than anything else. During your meditation, stay calm and everything will flow naturally. You are the descendant of the Zhang clan. If you can't do it, who can? Remember, your Zhang bloodline flows through you. This makes you different from everyone else." After being encouraged by Li Chia, Zhang Baitu could feel his blood beginning to stir. In this world, talent is not the most crucial thing, an unfaltering Tao heart is much more important. After so many years, countless geniuses have failed, it's not just you. Even invincible immortal emperors have failed many times during their youth. No one can be unstoppable throughout their entire life. Only through failure will one understand their own lackings. Lessons and experiences can be gained from failure. Li Chia took his time encouraging and waking up Zhang Baitu. The old man's eyes lit up. In a short period of time, he could feel the blood of the Zhang clan channeling even faster. He was full of hope at this moment. Eventually, he kneeled on the ground and gratefully said, "I will engrave your wise words into my mind and never forget them." Li Chia ordered, "Very good. Let us go to Dragonheart Valley then." Zhang Baitu nodded. At this time, he was full of energy and felt that he was suddenly young again, just like the past when he began his arduous search for the first time. Dragonheart Valley was located in the southern region of Dragonheart. The entire valley was huge with exquisite sceneries consisting of tall peaks, tranquil ravines, and many waterfalls. There were many legends about this valley. One stated that the old giant dragon back then was enlightened in this valley and left behind an indelible mark. Another stated that the demon dragon who went against the heavens and failed left its magical bones behind after dying. Some of these magical bones eventually turned into Dragonheart Valley. No one knows if these two rumors were real or not. However, many people came to the valley in search for the grand Tao from the legends, the legacy of a true dragon. Alas, despite their pursuit for the mysteries here, many left empty-handed. Nevertheless, some claim to have heard a dragon's roar coming from the valley. After going back, they eventually comprehended more of the Tao. A few of them became experts and claimed that they had heard whispers of a true dragon granting them great wisdom. No one had heard of someone being able to obtain the legacy of this true dragon or the legendary magical bones. Nevertheless, there were indeed tangible benefits present at the valley. The two came to the entrance of the valley that resembled the gaping jaws of a dragon. Just this scene alone showed that the valley's reputation was more than just empty rumors. The moment they entered, they could see that there was already a line of cultivators waiting. Some were sticking around to watch as well. "Get in line, hurry up." An old man dressed in a light blue robe with a pointed hat was guarding this entrance. 10 heavenly king jades, an extremely fair price. The old man collected money while yelling, "Come, come, do not miss the one and only Dragonheart Valley in this world. Inside are true dragon bones, immortal draconic runes. As long as you are lucky enough, you will be able to obtain these mythical artifacts." Think about it, just 10 heavenly king jades to trade for dragon bones and runes. What a generous trade. The old man's voice was quite powerful. With these artifacts, the next sea god could be you, the contemporary immortal emperor can't be anyone else but you, becoming a tree father is possible as well. 10 heavenly king jades to win a chance at becoming a sea god, proving your regal ascendance or transforming into a tree father. This is the best transaction you could ever have. The old man kept on shouting like a street peddler while collecting all the jades. Are you serious? A young first-timer heard this and had to ask, are there really true dragon bones and immortal draconic runes in there? Ha ha ha, little fella, don't listen to him. An older cultivator laughed and explained, he has always been shouting these words. 50 years ago when I last came, he was saying the same thing. You can't put it like that. The old man answered with a serious tone, my reputation is as valuable as gold and is completely trustworthy. I guarantee in the name of my ancestors that there are indeed draconic bones and runes inside. Stop. You told me the same thing 50 years ago and tricked me to come several times while giving you everything I had. In the end, did I leave with anything but empty hands? The old cultivator retorted with disdain while feeling annoyed. The old man didn't become angry with his answer, I can't be blamed for this. It only shows that you did not research enough. Otherwise, after several entries, you should have been able to get lucky, find the artifacts, and embark on the heaven-defying path to becoming a sea god and marrying a goddess, that's for sure. Come, come, come now. 10 heavenly king jades, this is an amazing deal. The old cultivator snorted and wasn't tempted by the old man. A skeptical cultivator remarked, if there are truly draconic bones and runes inside, then how come you aren't keeping them for your own use? The old man shook his head and said, fellow Taoist, your perspective is too mundane. People say that the heavenly treasures of this world are meant for the destined. What kind of items are true dragon bones and immortal draconic runes? They are supreme immortal artifacts, so how can a lowly man like me obtain them? Because of this, I am leaving this opportunity to the fated ones. The skeptic had no response and kept quiet after hearing this. Plus, many experts benefited from coming to Dragonheart Valley. When an overlord heard the sound of the rain in this place, he immediately became enlightened and soared to the heavens overnight. There was also a sea god who listened to the wind. In just one day, he created an invincible art, and from then on, he alone was unbeatable in this world. The old man became quite excited as he blabbered on and on. A cultivator quietly muttered under his breath, how outrageous. Of course, the overlord and sea god mentioned by the old man were all exaggerations. However, it was undeniable that there had been masters in the valley who obtained great harvests by just listening to the sounds in the valley itself. After his long boast, he told the skeptic from earlier, okay, do you want in or not? If not, then go to the side. People are all lining up behind you. This skeptic hesitated for a moment but still decided to pay to enter the valley. In the line, Li Chia cheerfully smiled at this old man. He enjoyed listening to him a lot. When it was Li Chia and Zhang Baitu's turn, Baitu only looked at Li Chia since he couldn't take out so many refined jades. 2 people sow 20 heavenly king jades. The old man smiled at them. No matter how one looked at them, neither Li Chia or Zhang Baitu looked like people with money, so a human cultivator kindly reminded them, little brother, refined jades don't come easily, you are better off using them wisely. Little brat. It's fine if you don't want to come in, but you want to ruin my business as well. Do you want me to throw you into the Bone Sea right now? The old man violently changed his tune right away after seeing this human wanting to interfere with his business. Chapter 1242, Zhang Baitu's Tao Enlightenment. The human cultivator fled right away after being scolded by the old man. Throughout history, no one dared to offend Rainbow City. Rumor has it that even a contemporary sea god wouldn't test them. Li Qiye smiled and handed the refined jades over. The old man immediately beamed happily after getting the refined jades and said, I wish you luck in comprehending the supreme grand Tao to reach the peak of this world. Li Qiye grinned and looked at the old man and leisurely spoke, you said earlier that there are draconic bones and runes in the valley. If I carelessly dig them up, do they all belong to me then? Well. The old man's expression changed after hearing this, but he still revealed a smile in the end. Well, yes, of course. Li Qiye saw his expression and started to laugh before patting his shoulder and said, I'm just joking. I'll only take him to listen to the sounds here for Tao enlightenment. With that, he brought Zhang Baitu into the valley. The old man's smile froze as his body became stiff. He watched Li Qiye and Zhang Baitu disappear into the valley. I have to go too. Eventually, someone from the line spoke up, waking the old man up from his stupor. Just thinking about Li Qiye's grin left the old man frightened with chills running down his spine. Rascal, don't play with me. Eventually, the old man murmured in a low voice that only he could hear. This was Zhang Baitu's first time coming to Dragonhark. Even though he knew about it beforehand, he didn't have enough money for the entry fee. He curiously asked, does this place really have those mythical items? In his eyes, Li Qiye was an expert at everything. You shouldn't think about these things. Li Qiye beamingly smiled in response, finding them is nice, but it's fine to be without them as well. They are not meant for you. Zhang Baitu quietly nodded. He naturally didn't have unrealistic expectations. In his eyes, being able to comprehend the Zhang merit laws was more than enough. As for the bones and runes, they were supreme items that he didn't dare to think about. There were beautiful sceneries everywhere in this big valley with majestic cliffs, elegant springs, and a pleasant melody from the rustling leaves. They saw cultivators in many places. Some were sitting on top of cliffs while huffing and puffing the energy of the clouds. Others were meditating below waterfalls to quietly listen to the sound of the water. There were also those sitting in the pine forest in order to comprehend the grand Tao. Even though 10 heavenly king jades were a lot to many, experts from great powers were willing to try at least once. Who in this world didn't want to become enlightened in the Tao? Moreover, for those who had reached a bottleneck, they needed an opportunity to break through. There were rumors that there were dragon roars or even the whispering of a true dragon in this valley. How could there be smoke without fire? Some experts had made these claims before while meditating in this place. Because of this, many cultivators came here in hopes of getting lucky. Perhaps they would be able to experience the same type of adventures as well. The duo crossed over the mountains and went deeper inside towards their destination. Young noble, have you been here before? Zhang Baitu asked after seeing how familiar Li Qiye was with this place. Li Qiye only responded with a mysterious grin. Many of the cultivators they met didn't find anything, so they kept on changing their location. Isn't that 100 disciple? A few cultivators recognized Zhang Baitu along the way. The majority of them were from the sects near Dongting Lake. Zhang Baitu had so many masters after joining numerous sects for nothing at all, so maybe he has accumulated enough experience. Come, let us see if he can comprehend anything. Although some cultivators were dismissive of him, others were irritated by their own lack of progress, so they wanted to tease him to get rid of their bad mood. In their eyes, Zhang Baitu was only a piece of trash. They could humiliate him however they want. Don't cross the line. Li Qiye coldly spoke the moment these ill-willed cultivators approached his line. These cultivators stopped and one of them laughed, oh. You must be Zhang Baitu's disciple. Ha, a foolish master can only produce an idiotic disciple. You think you can comprehend the Tao here as well? Li Qiye ignored him and emotionlessly repeated, don't cross the line or face the consequences. Brat, who do you think you are? Li Qiye's attitude made a few younger cultivators with some status quite annoyed. They contemptuously spoke, you think we'll listen to you? What are you going to do about it? Only an ant yet you still dare to shout in front of us. So what if we cross the line, are you gonna bite me? Oh wait, I forgot, a dog that bites will never bark. With that, they headed towards Zhang Baitu. Li Qiye didn't bat an eye. Instead, he performed a sweeping kick. These cultivators turned furious after seeing this, and one of the nobles said, naive fool. Bang! They couldn't even counter since they were kicked flying by Li Qiye. Blood spurted out along with many explosions. Li Qiye mercilessly sent them into many huge trees with blood spraying everywhere. He then stared at them coldly and slowly walked over. At this time, these pale cultivators were frightened. They wanted to crawl back up, especially the noble-looking one. He screamed, you, don't come over here, don't come over here. Chapter 1243, Dragon Sound, Ah! In a short period of time, screams resounded left and right in these woods along with a series of bone-breaking noises. At this time, Li Qiye was stomping on the legs of these cultivators. Their legs were crushed completely as they howled like slaughtered pigs. These shrill screams echoed across the thicket. Who is so ruthless? The screams alarmed some of the nearby cultivators. They came with curiosity and saw Li Qiye's leg-breaking fest. Their eyes darted at each other and wondered just who this human kid was and why he dared to be so vicious. Eventually, with a loud bang, Li Qiye stomped on the noble-looking youth and coldly glared at him. The paled cultivator busily shouted, don't do anything stupid. I am a disciple of the Wyvern country, a great power in the Dragon Demon Sea. If you dare to kill me, my country will not treat it lightly. Ah! His wrist was stomped by Li Qiye. This Wyvern disciple and everyone else shut up. They knew that they had messed with the wrong guy. This fellow was too ruthless. Li Qiye only wanted to teach them a lesson. If he wanted to kill them, it would have been easier than crushing an ant. Boom! Li Qiye kicked this disciple from Wyvern flying through many trees while shouting, scram, don't let me see you again. These cultivators pissed their pants from fear. After hearing this, it was like they had been pardoned. They quickly rolled on the ground to get up and run away. The disciple from Wyvern was from a great power and so couldn't swallow his anger. After he flew far enough, he exclaimed, brat, leave your name if you dare. Li Qiye gave him a side-eye and replied, Li Qiye. After hearing this, the disciple faltered several steps backward in horror. He had just heard this name recently. Many cultivators who were watching for fun were startled as well, especially those who heard the news from the Jade Sea. They became completely pale. One of them said, he is the disciple of the peacock tree, the successor of that land. He helped the tree sacrifice 1 billion teeming fish, no wonder why he is so ruthless. News of the tree's blood refinement had reached the Dragon Demon Sea. Of course, many believed that this was the masterpiece of the peacock tree while Li Qiye only acted as the tree controller. He became famous overnight due to the prestige that came with being an ancestral tree's disciple. A cultivator commented in horror, damn. He helped the peacock tree annihilate an entire race. This ancestral tree is definitely a monster, so being its disciple, he can't be a kind person either, he's definitely a little monster as well. The massacre of the teeming race, the most populous tribe in Heaven Spirit, had shocked countless people. This added to Li Qiye's notoriety despite everyone assuming that he was only the Treefather's accomplice. Just imagine, billions of lives were refined overnight. Anyone would quiver with weak knees after hearing this. As for the wyvern disciple and his companions, needless to say, they turned and fled as far as they could. They didn't dare to think about taking revenge any longer. Li Qiye's fierce reputation had shattered their courage. In a short period of time, the cultivators outside the thicket had ugly expressions. Many even chose to run away to avoid provoking this fierce person. Li Qiye ignored them and leaned on a tree as he watched Zhang Baitu. A long time had passed, yet there was still no changes with Zhang Baitu. Nevertheless, Li Qiye was confident in him because the Zhang had some ties with this place as well as Rainbow City. It was just that their descendants didn't know about these secrets. Minutes came and went, but Zhang Baitu remained motionless as if he didn't gain anything. Prior to this, very few would watch him meditate. After all, those who had heard of his name knew that his talents were completely insufficient since he was still a failure after joining so many sections. They thought that this was simply a waste of time. However, after being aware of Li Qiye's great name, some became curious. Even though they didn't know why this fierce man was hanging around Zhang Baitu, they wanted to see if the old man could harvest anything. One thing was for certain: as the clock ticked down, Zhang Baitu had reached a state of total calmness. A while later, a crisp voice resounded next to Li Qiye. Will Brother Zhang be able to do it? No one knows when Hong Yujiao appeared beside Li Qiye. She was quite worried while watching Zhang Baitu under the tree. Li Qiye flatly said, "All of you know nothing about what kind of people your ancestors were and what they experienced. This is because you have no interest in them at all." Hong Yujiao couldn't refute because she was indeed ignorant of them. Hong Yujiao eventually spoke, "You are the successor of Peacock Land, a tree controller." After returning, she uncovered all of his information and understood his identity. Li Qiye didn't answer and continued his watch. "I misunderstood you before." She spoke after a moment of silence. "The Peacock Tree Father has always been protecting the human race and is adored by many. You are its disciple, so I'm sure you weren't scheming against Dongting Lake." Li Qiye chuckled after hearing this. It seemed that the misconception of him being related to the peacock tree had spread uncontrollably. However, he was too lazy to correct them. "My father wants to meet you." She eventually revealed her goal. Li Qiye laughed and replied, "What does he want to talk about? The 100 Saints Hall or what happened with the Iron Scale School? Most likely the business of the human race." She replied, "Peacock Land is the second largest haven for humans after the Exquisite Valley. Even though Dongting Lake isn't as large as Peacock Land, there are many things that can be done to mutual benefit. That's fine, if he wants to talk, tell him to come and see me." Li Qiye just smiled with a completely indifferent attitude. She refrained from speaking. Li Qiye's words sounded like a command for her father, so she couldn't exactly tell him this. "It's time." Li Qiye had been fixated on Zhang Baitu the whole time. His eyes flashed as he noticed something. Hong Yujiao quickly turned to look at her senior brother as well. A buzzing emanated from Zhang Baitu's body as it lit up, emitting a frightening light. The old tree behind him unexpectedly shook a little bit along with his body. It was as if they were touching something. The brilliance from his body increased as time went on, and the light slowly turned into rays. The tree then stopped moving and a very faint sound came about. While listening to it carefully, one could vaguely hear the roar of a true dragon. The roar sounded as if it was saying something, but humans couldn't understand it. Is that really the sound of a dragon? The cultivators outside the thicket were astonished. What? How is this possible? Zhang Baitu actually obtained a fortune. Some of them couldn't believe this scene while murmuring to themselves. They felt that this was simply impossible. Even though people said that dragon cries were present in the valley, only a very small number of masters were able to hear them. Others didn't have this privilege. Thus, it was even more impossible for Zhang Baitu, who was known to have rubbish talent. Continuously failing despite joining so many sects left others thinking of him as a being that was hopelessly stupid. It would be daydreaming for someone like him to think about gaining enlightenment in Dragonheart Valley. However, a strange visual phenomenon was occurring around him. The impossible was unraveling before the crowd. That's a dragon's cry. Hong Yujiao became absent-minded as well. She didn't have much hope in Zhang Baitu either. It was not because she looked down on him, but because he indeed possessed some flaws in terms of cultivation. I think so. The cultivators outside were jolted. They quickly sat down and focused in order to listen. They wanted to understand what the dragon was saying to obtain this fortune. Hong Yujiao attentively listened as well in order to comprehend the faint cries of the dragon. Chapter 1244, Dao Breakthrough. With the passage of time, Zhang Baitu's body became increasingly luminous while the dragon sounds from the old tree became more sonorous. In the end, it was no longer a vague sound, it truly became the voice of a dragon. It really is a dragon's cry. The valley truly has them. The voice of the dragon had alarmed many people. More and more came and were jolted by this sound. Despite the rumors of its existence, few people had heard it before. Many had failed and given up in the past, but now, they were both ecstatic and somewhat afraid after hearing it. In a short period of time, many cultivators began meditating right outside of this thicket and carefully listened to the profundities encompassed within these draconic sounds. By successfully doing so, perhaps they could understand the great mysteries of the Supreme Grand Tao. From that, it might lead them to the path where the true dragon bones and immortal draconic runes awaited. However, despite their best efforts, they couldn't understand it. Even Hong Yujiao was no exception. As time passed, the light from Zhang Baitu's body gradually dimmed and the dragon's voice from the old tree became fainter until it disappeared completely. Many listeners returned to the present after it disappeared. They received nothing out of it since they couldn't understand what it was saying or the mysteries within. They, instead, stared at Zhang Baitu in disbelief, especially those who knew about him beforehand. This was an incredibly cruel joke. He stood up before the crowd with a delighted expression. Without a doubt, he had quite a harvest. He walked to the front of Li Qie and immediately prostrated to express his gratitude. Thank you for guiding me from my past mistakes, this lowly one will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. Li Qie nodded his head and accepted the grand gesture. Congratulations, senior brother. With today's enlightenment, your future potential is limitless. Hong Yujiao was happy for Zhang Baitu. By finally being able to take this step, he would surely have many amazing accomplishments later on. Sister, you are too kind. I only learned a little bit and can't be shameless enough to accept the praise of having limitless potential. Zhang Baitu was very modest in his response. Nevertheless, he was still very excited because, in his eyes, only geniuses would be able to explore the Grand Tao. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't reach this level, let alone a stupid person like himself. He couldn't even train regular merit laws, so he didn't dare to think about the impossibility that was exploring the Grand Tao. However, he felt as if his mind had been cleared. With his newfound wisdom, a Grand Tao was appearing right before him. People stared at him in disbelief due to his past reputation of being an incurable fool. It was simply inconceivable that such a guy could have become enlightened from listening to the voice of a dragon. Let's go. Li Qie told Zhang Baitu and turned to walk away. The brother and sister quickly followed him out of the thicket. Of course, this valley didn't only have dragon cries. It also contained other supreme immortal items, but Li Qie naturally wouldn't search for them. After they left, a bunch of cultivators immediately jumped into the thicket and competed for the spot below the old tree. The first cultivator that got to the tree said, I was here first, let me try to meditate. Why do you get to go first? Everyone here has paid, so if you want to meditate, the rest of us should be able to as well. Another immediately voiced his displeasure. Very quickly, the scene became chaotic. Everyone wanted to sit under this old tree to meditate. They felt that if a fool like Zhang Baitu could hear a dragon's voice under the tree, then the rest of them would be able to gain much more than him. The news of Zhang Baitu's enlightenment spread across the valley. Many people had thought that it was not worth spending money to enter the valley, but they were now tempted and immediately handed their jades over to jump inside. They didn't want to be one step slower than the others. When Li Qiye got outside of the valley, he looked at the old man and leisurely smiled. "I heard that there is a treasure trove at Dragon Well, is that true?" The old man's expression changed after hearing this. Li Qiye laughed in response, "Don't worry, I'm just messing with you. As for the treasure trove and dragon bones, they should be left for the destined ones." With that, he turned and left. "I'll give you an 80% discount next time." The old man cheerfully smiled at Li Qiye, who was walking away. Li Qiye chuckled and didn't turn around to answer. After they walked for a while, Hong Yujiao curiously asked, "Does Dragonheart really have dragon bones and runes?" Li Qiye continued on while lightly answering, "Their existence isn't important since they are not destined to be yours. However, if you must know, just keep in mind that your Dongting Lake and Rainbow City have deep ties. The same goes for the giant dragon kingdom. I hope that as the lake's descendants, you too won't forget about your ancestors and roots. One day, you might need to rely on Rainbow City. We have deep ties with Rainbow City and the giant dragon kingdom." Hong Yujiao was surprised. Zhang Baitu felt the same way. He had never heard about this before and spoke with disbelief. "I heard that the giant dragon kingdom doesn't actually exist since it is only part of the legends. No one has been there before." Li Qiye stopped and turned to look at the two. "It looks like you descendants are becoming worse and worse since you don't even know your own roots. Just keep my words in mind. Aim higher than other people while maintaining your ambition and courage. Your clans chose to fight each other for power, but in the eyes of others, this is only a competition between ants. No one will care about the past glory of your ancestors." The duo exchanged glances. They didn't completely understand what Li Qiye was referring to. Rely on each other during times of turmoil while maintaining great magnanimity towards all as well as your ancestors' great moral values. One day, you too will understand your roots, and at that time, those existences up in the clouds will finally take note of you. That will be the day when you find out just how glorious your clans used to be." He gently sighed and left one final remark while looking at them, "This is all I can do. The future relies on juniors like the two of you to build." Li Qiye didn't want to bother with Dongting Lake's power struggle back then, but right now, out of consideration for the ancestors from the Hong, Zhang and Su clans, Li Qiye couldn't help but ultimately guide them. Whether they would be able to figure it out and take the next step would be up to themselves. They must be the ones to grasp their own destinies. Others could only show them the way. The duo carefully contemplated Li Qiye's words. Even though they didn't understand them completely, they certainly memorized them. They didn't go too far after leaving the valley when a young man came before them. He had an extraordinary presence and a bright glow. There was a pair of translucent jade-like horns that made him look quite fierce. He grew happy the moment he saw Hong Yujiao and quickly walked forward to enthusiastically greet them. "Young sister, we meet again. Young noble Shangwan, long time no see." Hong Yujiao nodded her head in a polite manner that wasn't overly welcoming yet not too distant at the same time. The youth enthusiastically asked Hong Yujiao, "I heard that you wanted to go to Rainbow City. That's great, how about we go together to Dragonheart Valley?" She gently shook her head in response, "Thank you, but I was summoned by my seniors and must return to the sect." The youth became disappointed after hearing this. His eyes then darted over towards Li Qiye. Since the beginning, he didn't care for Li Qiye, but after seeing Li Qiye's face, his eyes narrowed and he coldly stared at him. "You are Li Qiye, the successor of Peacock Land?" "So what?" Li Qiye glanced at him in response. The youth coldly said, "It's very good that you have admitted it. You are the one who harmed disciples from my wyvern country. So it turned out that this youth was the Wyvern Crown Prince, Shangguan Feilong. He had recently heard of Li Qiye since his fellow disciples were beaten by him. He wanted to settle the score with Li Qiye. Li Qiye indifferently replied, maybe. Remember that this isn't your peacock land. This is the Dragon Demon Sea, not a place for you to act presumptuously. Shangguan Feilong coldly said, you need to give our country a proper answer for hurting our disciples. Young noble Shangguan, your disciples were at fault. Hong Yujiao slowly spoke, they provoked young noble Li, which resulted in them being injured. They can only blame themselves for their lack of skill. At this time, Hong Yujiao stood up for Li Qiye. Chapter 1245, Dragonwell City. After hearing Hong Yujiao, Shangguan Feilong darted his eyes at Li Qiye. Despite being unwilling, he still scowled and said, our disciples were incapable, and out of consideration for young sister Hong, I won't pursue this any further. But Li, you better control yourself, this is the territory of us sea demons. Without a doubt, this was a direct threat towards Li Qiye. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't really care. He had no intention of taking action against cultivators of Feilong's level unless they were asking to die. Feilong glared at Li Qiye one last time before cupping his fists at Hong Yujiao. Young sis, I have met my big sister, she says that she also wants to see uncle. Wait for us after the birthday celebration of the Jian ancestor, we will visit your house and see uncle then. Hong Yujiao chose to be quiet instead of answering. After Feilong left, Zhang Baitu worriedly looked at her and said, Junior sister, it looks like his big sister is coming to ask for an engagement. He must be feeling quite confident this time. Eventually, Hong Yujiao answered, I won't marry so easily. It won't be that simple. Despite not staying at Dongting Lake, Zhang Baitu still knew a few things, resulting in his worries. I heard that the Wyvern country has always wanted a human with a great bloodline to help pass on their own. People say that Feilong's bloodline is very powerful, the best of the younger generation with the exception of his sister. I also heard that they wanted to become in-laws with the exquisite valley. Unfortunately for them, the valley refused right away. Zhang Baitu continued, Sister, your bloodline is the most exceptional in our lake, so the Wyvern country won't give up that easily. Plus, with his sister coming in person, they will also have the backing of the Roaring Conch, giving them ample leverage. So what if Shangguan Fian is back? Hong Yujiao snorted, can they really force this marriage? Zhang Baitu could only sigh. There was no point in worrying about it since he wasn't strong enough to do anything. Regardless of her tough posturing, she still reminded Li Qiye, young noble Li, there's no need to worry about this Shangguan Feilong. However, his sister, Shangguan Fian, warrants some caution. She comes from the Roaring Conch and is doted on by its ancestors. People say that there is a possibility of her marrying the Sea Shield Prince to become the mistress of the Roaring Conch. Sometimes, taking a step back is the right way to go about things. You don't need to go head-on against the Wyvern country. She warned him with good intent, after all, the Roaring Conch is very powerful at the Dragon Demon Sea. They can even order the sea demons around the world. So it turns out that Shangguan Feilong came from Wyvern, a great power in this sea region. Of course, the thing they were most proud about was not the true dragon bloodline coursing through their veins, it was Shangguan Fian who was able to join the Roaring Conch and become one of the youngest god monarchs. Li Qiye responded to these warnings with a smile. Hong Yujiao sighed because she understood that her words went in one ear and out the other. After leaving the valley, she also wanted to return to Dongting Lake in order to report to her father. Before leaving, she respectfully said her goodbyes, I'll go report to my father about this. Hopefully, you will meet him at least once. Li Qiye insipidly responded, tell him to come meet me at Dragonwell. After she left, Li Qiye told Zhang Baitu, go back and clean up your belongings, we'll be going to Dragonwell. Zhang Baitu nodded. At this time, he would obey any command from Li Qiye. After packing his stuff, he followed Wuxia to Dragon Well. This was the second stop of Rainbow City. There was only one way to go from Dragon Heart to Dragon Well, and that was to ride the rainbow fish. Just like Dragon Heart, no one knew where Dragon Well was located, they only knew that these fish were the only method of transportation linking all the cities together. At the very least, no one had heard of someone being able to go from one city to another using a different method. The duo arrived at the ferry again and found that there was already a long line. It was still an ordinary old man collecting money at the entrance. He had a light blue robe with an indifferent expression. He stared at the cultivators as if all of them owed him money. When it was Wuxia's turn, Wuxia said, "To Dragon Well." The old man glanced at the two and pointed at Zhang Baitu, "You, one provisional palace jade." Zhang Baitu was surprised and stammered, It has always been free for me at Rainbow City. Rainbow Island to Dragon Heart was free for me just earlier." Zhang Baitu didn't really know why it had always been free for him. Maybe that particular old man knew that he didn't have enough money to pay. Nevertheless, always paying no fee left him a bit embarrassed since he wasn't the type who relished taking advantage of others. One provisional palace jade. The old man ignored him, then reached out his hand towards Wuxia and coldly demanded, "You, 1,000 virtuous paragon jades. That's outrageous." Zhang Baitu was scared silly. "It didn't cost us that much to come here from Rainbow Island. Pay if you want to go. If not, then scram already." The old man angrily shouted, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhang Baitu glanced at Wuxia. This old man clearly wanted to play them, especially Wuxia. Wuxia only smiled with a carefree attitude as he handed a black pouch over to the old man. The old man put the pouch away without looking at the contents before whistling for 2 rainbow fish. "How much will you charge me to go to the city in the clouds?" Wuxia smiled at the old man. The old man didn't bat an eye as he replied with the same emotionless expression, "Who knows? Money is not a problem." Wuxia leisurely pressed on, "I will have to go up there eventually, so take out your abacus to calculate how much it will cost." The cold old man didn't want to answer, so he didn't make a single sound. After sitting on the fish, Wuxia added in a serious tone, "Since I have to visit it either way, I hope the rainbow fish will take me there at that time, okay?" The old man remained quiet. At this time, the fish were spewing bubbles. They floated along the bubbles and disappeared right away. When Wuxia and Zhang Baitu regained their vision, they were in a different city. This was the second stop of Rainbow City, Dragon Well. According to the legends, Dragon Well hid unparalleled treasures that remained veiled from the public eye. After they disembarked the fish, Zhang Baitu curiously asked, "Young noble, what kind of city is above the clouds?" He knew that Rainbow City consisted of Dragon Heart, Dragon Well, and Dragon Spring, but he had never heard of a city above the clouds. People never mentioned it. "You don't need to know, so don't ask." Wuxia gently shook his head. "If, one day, the people up there notice you, then you will naturally learn about them. Just keep trying, the future is still full of opportunities." Zhang Baitu didn't ask again. He breathed deeply and nodded. "Stay at the Rainbow Pavilion branch." Wuxia casually handed some jades to Zhang Baitu before leaving. Zhang Baitu watched him leave without asking where he wanted to go and headed for the inn right afterward. Wuxia walked along the long street with his heart slightly jumping. Something seemed to be affecting him as unwanted memories resurfaced in his mind. He took his time walking to the end of the street. An old mansion appeared before him. Its age didn't affect its majestic aura, as if there was an overlord presiding over the estate. A wooden plaque with the word Jian could be found hanging at the entrance. It was written in an archaic style that contained infinite prestige. The Jian clan of Rainbow City was a legendary existence. Despite its low profile, people still viewed it with awe and respect. Rumor has it that the Jian clan were the only outsiders who were allowed to stay long-term at Rainbow City. This was the only stopping place for humans in the entire city. Rainbow City was vast. Many powerful lineages, such as the Seven Martial Pavilion and the Roaring Conch, wanted to establish their own strongholds or divisions in this place. However, regardless of how strong they were, even when their sea gods were still alive, they couldn't get into Rainbow City. These powerful lineages didn't dare to act recklessly here without permission from the city. Chapter 1246, Jian Clan. The Jian clan had established their lineage in Rainbow City a very long time ago. They had a pivotal position in this place, similar to their position in the Dragon Demon Sea and all of Heaven Spirit. They were even more significant for the human race. As the only human lineage capable of staying in Rainbow City, the clan had done many favors for the human race. Even though the disciples from this clan rarely showed themselves outside of the city, they had always been very reasonable. No one has ever looked down on the Jian clan, whether they be the charming spirits for branches or the Trent's Golden Isle, as well as the sea demons Roaring Conch and Seven Martial Pavilion. Whenever their ancestors visited Dragon Well, they would go visit the Jian clan as well. In the Heaven Spirit world, whenever the Jian clan got involved, the parties would always show them some consideration. The origin of the Jian clan remained unknown. Outsiders didn't know what kind of lineage they were. The only thing known was that they were humans that were closely related to Rainbow City. This was not only a low-key clan but also one shrouded in mysteries. Many of the great powers, especially the behemoths, had traceable backgrounds. Their ancestors were either sea gods, tree fathers, or immortal emperors. The weakest among their ancestors would be unstoppable god kings, and tales of their ancestors would be sung in the contemporary. This was not the case for the Jian ancestors. The clan was just as mysterious as the giant Dragon Mountain range. It seemed that the clan suddenly appeared overnight. What was even stranger was that they established a stronghold in Rainbow City very quickly. While standing on the street and looking into the Jian clan that was just inches away, Li Qiye felt an indescribable emotion. For him, the Jian clan was also a home. Many of his footprints and memories were left in this place. However, he didn't want to go inside right now. The heavens is too unreachable. There is nothing bad about being a trapped ant in this world. Alas once whispered this to him. Whenever he stood before these gates, these words would echo in his mind. There was nothing in this world that could hinder his path or make him stop. Alas, this sentence haunted his mind and made him feel quite uncomfortable. Resting was impossible for him, at least not in this lifetime. For many, starting a family and having children was not difficult, but this was a life unattainable for Li Qiye. He sighed in disappointment and murmured, "I can't do that. I will never be an ant that submits to the world. I am the blood-stained hand that will slay to the very end. Death is my companion and blood makes up my bed." Through the ages, some wished that he would continue on while others hoped that he could rest. Alas, these people eventually left the world. No one could persevere with him on this endless fight. There was a little shop along the path. It sold snacks and lighter dishes with only a few tables. It wasn't early in the day anymore, but the old stove in the shop still let off curling steam and smoke. His heart slightly jolted after seeing the shop. He didn't enter the Jian clan and instead quietly sat down at a table. There was only one gray-haired old man working as both the waiter and the cook. His apron looked dated. It had been exposed to smoke for an incredible amount of time, yet it was still clean. The old man quickly came and asked after Li Qiye sat down, "Sir, what would you like?" Li Qiye blurted out without thinking, "1 bowl of boiled tofu." This was an all too familiar answer. He gently sighed again when his mind returned. "Okay, coming right up." The old man was very agile and immediately cooked some for him. Boiled tofu. Li Qiye smiled wryly. Back then, he had tasted this dish countless times at this very shop. This was a style that originated from the mortal emperor world and was next to impossible to forget. At that time, there were 2 little girls who also enjoyed eating here. In the faint steam, these two were always at odds. Who would have thought that one of them would eventually become an invincible empress? It didn't take long before the old man presented the bowl before Li Qie. Its warmth thawed his cold heart. He began eating each piece of slippery and tender tofu as the familiar taste melted in his mouth. This boiled tofu is a delicacy in this world. No one will ever get tired of eating it. Li Qie had to comment. The old man revealed a simple smile and responded, "Sir, please don't laugh, but this dish in my shop is a peerless recipe that originated from the mortal emperor world. It has been passed down in my home from one generation to another without fail." Li Qie faintly smiled and continued to take his time eating. Of course, he knew where this craft came from more than anyone else. While savoring the familiar taste in his mouth in this mist-filled shop, it seemed that he had returned to those early years. In the hazy mist, he could see the two competitive little girls again. One had eyes full of wisdom while the other had a resolute glare. He suddenly saw the intelligent girl sitting there, quietly eating tofu with him. She didn't utter a single word, but all that needed to be said had been told. Eventually, everything disappeared into the rising steam from the hot bowl of tofu. The two girls destined to become the empress and the wise one dispersed. Everything was in the past, both the empress and the wise goddess had turned to smoke. He was the only one left after the long years. A while later, he looked up and noticed the Jian clan was decorated with lanterns and flowers. He asked the old man with an indifferent tone, "Is there a celebration at the Jian clan?" "Sir, haven't you heard?" The old man answered, "The 8,000th birthday of the Jian grandfather is coming up, everyone from all over the seas are coming to wish him happy birthday." The old man looked at Li Qie in astonishment but refrained from commenting. Jian Longwei was a name full of clout in heaven's spirit. He was the current master of the Jian clan and had been in charge for several thousand years. His status was equal to a supreme god king. His 8,000th birthday was almost here. At that time, many big shots from all over the world would come to Dragonwell to give him their blessings. Of course, there was another meaning to his name. Just like Li Qie said, it wasn't a name that could be bestowed upon birth. While Li Qie continued to eat his tofu, a youth came out of the Jian clan and sat down in the shop as well. This youth was very handsome in his violet robe. One could see his bulging muscles underneath them as they exuded a robust feel. However, his strength was not that of a brute but rather a refined type of power. The youth spoke with a smile, "Uncle, boiled tofu again. I love this dish of yours." "Okay, coming up." The old man smiled and got busy again. He then brought a bowl for the youth. The fellow wasn't reserved at all and dug in right away. It only took him 3 to 5 bites to finish the entire bowl. After heaving a satisfying belch, he finally noticed Li Qie inside the shop. Chapter 1247, Jian Shaotai. While watching Li Qie's unhurried manner of eating, the youth couldn't help but praise, "Brother, you really know how to savor the delicious flavors. The boiled tofu here is really just too good, but I finish way too fast, I'm just a cow chewing on the peony." While these two were staying at the inn, Dragonwell became even more lively. Its streets could only be described as being occupied by a sea of people. This was because Jian Longwei's 8,000th birthday was coming up. Many great powers from all corners of the world sent their important characters to give him their blessings. His pivotal status and the respect he garnered from all the races in heaven's spirit was not only because he was the leader of the Jian clan, he was also a god king. Some even say that he was at the incredible celestial god king level. Great lineages such as Gu Chun's 4 branches, the 7 martial pavilion, and the Swift Dao holy ground all sent people as well. A few guests garnered a lot of attention. For example, Shangguan Fian from the Roaring Conch and Gong Sun Meiyu from the Profound Sea dynasty. People couldn't turn their eyes away. Today, both of these supreme beauties with deep friendships came together. Their appearance at the birthday celebration in Dragon Well created a very pretty scene when they walked together. The public praised them as magnificent head-turners. Shangguan Fian was very famous at the Dragon Demon Sea for being a genius of the Roaring Conch. Needless to say more about Gongsun Meiyu, she was the profound monarch's concubine. Her charm seeped deep into the bones. The crowd started cheering when they presented their gifts. Miss Shangguan represents the Roaring Conch in gifting a phoenix conch in honor of the grandfather. A disciple responsible for accepting gifts accepted the item and recorded it down. Miss Gongsun represents the god monarch in gifting a longevity sea deer in honor of the grandfather. After hearing the announcement from this disciple, many in the audience marveled. The phoenix conch and longevity sea deer are both exceedingly rare treasures. Some were quite envious of the two gifts. They felt that only behemoths like the Roaring Conch and Profound Sea Dynasty would be able to afford such gifts. Thank you for the generous presents. Jian Xiaotai personally received the two girls. Chapter 1248, Hong Tianzhu. While Li Qiye was still at the Rainbow Pavilion, Zhang Baitu was striking while the iron was hot in order to comprehend the grand Tao he saw earlier. Of course, Li Qiye was not in a rush to attend the birthday celebration. It was not his main purpose for coming here. Hong Yujiao came as well. Her father was with her, along with some disciples from the lake. He was the current master of the lake, Hong Tianzhu. Hong Tianzhu rose from his seat and lowered his voice. Young noble Li, your words are too condescending. My lake will take care of our own business. If you do not wish to befriend us, then forget it. Goodbye. Sit down. The glint in Li Qiye's eyes bloomed. An oppressive atmosphere came from his eyes, it was as if they could annihilate eternity itself. Hong Tianzhu seemed to be imprisoned by gods from the glare. He involuntarily sat back down with a bang as if a hand of God had directly pushed him down. You still don't understand. Li Qiye continued his scolding. Do you really think the phrase, protected by the wise sages of the 100 Saints Hall, is merely empty words? When was the last time you all visited and worshipped the souls of your ancestors? The wise sages of the 100 Saints Hall. He couldn't come up with an answer right away, but he knew of this particular phrase. Forget it. Li Qiye gently sighed, I am too lazy to care about you all. If you want to work together with Peacock Land, I will show you the way by writing a letter to Kong Qinru of the Exquisite Valley. She will make the necessary arrangements for you. The Exquisite Valley Lord? Hong Tianzhu was taken aback. He didn't know the relationship between Li Qiye and Kong Qinru. In theory, Li Qiye was the successor of Peacock Land, so he should be in charge of this business. Go, Qinru will assist you. Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve. He was tired of this problem with Dongting Lake. Only his love for their ancestors kept him involved. Hong Tianzhu hesitated and asked, well, will the Exquisite Valley agree to assist us in this matter? He felt that he by himself was not enough to deal with the valley. Li Qiye couldn't help but look at him and ask, don't tell me you haven't been communicating with the Exquisite Valley. Well, Hong Tianzhu rubbed his palms together awkwardly and replied, our Dongting Lake do have some dealings with the Exquisite Valley, but it is only by chance most of the time. He became a bit embarrassed at this point and didn't know what else to say. Chapter 1249, Contract. Li Qiye noticed Hong Tianzhu's awkward demeanor and flatly said, I understand now. You no longer have the contract from back then. It was written by the ancestors from the Zhang clan, so their withdrawal cut off the alliance between you and the Exquisite Valley. How do you know that? Hong Tianzhu was shocked to hear this. This was a story so ancient that even their lake had almost forgotten about it. Hong Tianzhu wouldn't have recalled this matter if Li Qiye didn't bring up working together with the Exquisite Valley. Even juniors from the lake didn't know about this contract, let alone outsiders. Li Qiye didn't answer his question directly, after severing this contract, your lake's descendants didn't have the ability to form another one. In the end, the valley stopped caring about your lake. Hong Tianju's old face became a bit hot. He coughed and said, I won't deny that. Dongting Lake is indeed inferior compared to the past. We descendants have not done well, so the lake isn't strong like before. This inevitably made others underestimate us. Hong Tianju sighed after saying this. Suddenly, he felt as if he was one generation below Li Qiye in the hierarchy. Li Qiye sighed as well and stared at Hong Tianju. He couldn't give up on him, so he pointed the way for him. The valley didn't ignore you because of the decline. Even though the Zhang ancestors were the ones who signed the contract, the Hong and Su ancestors were most likely involved in passing it down as well. Take a moment to reflect on what your lake has become. The clans are distancing themselves from each other, and all of you have long forgotten the teachings of your ancestors. Today, one clan will be on top, tomorrow, another will take its place. Everything has become such a mess with a total failure to comply with your legacy's own teachings. Li Qiye paused before continuing, with this abandonment, your sect has become chaotic. All of its energy and resources are consumed by internal conflicts. Do you feel that your lake can still be powerful under these conditions? Hong Tianju was a bit tongue-tied after hearing this. The lake was built upon the labor of all three clans. Without this system that was fortified by an agreement, your group is nothing more than a bunch of stray dogs competing for a piece of meat. Think about it, the continuous changes in leadership in such a capricious manner rendered the entire system useless. Do you think the valley would want to be involved with your lake under these circumstances? Each of your clans has their own agenda while lacking the will to carry out a strategy that will benefit the entire lake as a whole. Hong Tianju didn't know how to respond. Li Qiye gently sighed, it is not impossible to form an alliance with the exquisite valley. The descendants of your clans need to sit down. Let go of what should be abandoned, do what must be done, follow your lineage's old teachings and become a solidary whole once more. Repent and more opportunities shall arise. Well, Hong Tianju hesitated. He didn't know why Li Qiye knew so many things about them, but he was taking Li Qiye much more seriously. He eventually said, young noble, this isn't that simple. Even if I want to reform the union, the other ancestors might not necessarily agree. Moreover, the clans themselves might not be willing to follow the ancestral teachings again. Hong Tianju's remark was not unreasonable. After all, who would be willing to give up their power after being in charge? This was simply asking for the impossible. No one could withstand the temptation of power. This was precisely the reason why several generations later, the lake abandoned their teachings and contended over resources and authority. This led to the chaos in the lake and, not long after this, many long-term agreements could no longer be sustained. Li Qiye nonchalantly replied, let the souls of your ancestors decide in accordance with their ironclad teachings. Kill those who dare to disobey without showing mercy. Hong Tianju was dazed after hearing this. It sounded like a joke, but he didn't dare to say it. The souls of the ancestors were an intangible and spiritual matter. It was only a way of commemorating the ancestors and their glorious achievements. It was impossible to seek these spirits and ask for their arbitration. Who would listen to such an ethereal idea? It seems like you all don't even know what you have lost. Li Qiye shook his head and said, after abandoning your union and contract, even the ancestors have been forgotten. It's no wonder why the valley looks down on your lake. It has thrown away all of its ancestors' prestige and even the most precious inheritance they left behind. Why would the valley care about you? You think that the 100 Saints Hall is storing treasures, right? Li Qiye coldly stared at Hong Tianju. Hong Tianju became quite embarrassed. Some of their ancestors did think that the hall stored treasures. Some of them had even tried to open it to no avail. Li Qiye felt a bit helpless at these descendants and told Hong Tianju, then let me ask you, has your lake been worshipping the souls of the ancestors and the lake itself? Well, Hong Tianzhu coughed awkwardly and couldn't say anything for a long time. The frustrated Li Qie shook his head and said, I don't know what to say regarding your stupidity. If I was your ancestor, I would surely strangle you group of fools with only power in your eyes. Do you actually think that you have been able to defend Dongting Lake because it has a superb defensive terrain with your insignificant strength? Don't you know how important this treasure ground is? Your ancestors expended countless efforts in order to obtain it. In the Dragon Demon Sea, all of the great lineages like the Seven Martial Pavilion, the Roaring Conch, and the Dream Empyrean could easily destroy the lake whenever they want. He went on to say, do you think defending the lake is to your group's credit? To put it bluntly, the Dream Empyrean's Meng Zhentian can easily annihilate you all by himself, so why is it that none of them have maneuvered against the lake? Is it because of your few contemporary ancestors? In the eyes of others, these ancestors are no different from insects. The real reason why your lake has survived till now is due to the souls of your ancestors protecting everyone. Because of them, your enemies do not dare to act recklessly. Without their protection, within this Dragon Demon Sea where the sea demons reign supreme, you ants would have been treated like fat pieces of meat and torn asunder by a group of bloodthirsty sharks. He snorted sarcastically as he finished his monologue, but today, you have forgotten about their souls. To actually not be performing the lake ceremony as well as worshipping your ancestors, how ridiculous. Hong Tianzhu stood there murmuring to himself, the souls of the ancestors. Li Qie gently shook his head again with frustration, you can't be thinking that their souls are just an intangible concept. Hong Tianzhu smiled wryly and had no response again. Hong Yujiao, sitting to the side, couldn't comment either because she didn't know about the souls of the ancestors. As for the teachings and contract, she wasn't privy to them either. Many of the current elders in the lake didn't want to mention them. Of course, it was their direct ancestors who chose to abandon these rules in favor of power, they naturally wouldn't want to bring it up again. Hong Tianzhu mustered up his courage and asked after some musing, young noble, if we were to let the souls of the ancestors make the decision, how do we go about it? Do you really have the determination? Li Qie looked at him and said, right now, your Hong clan has a lot of power at the lake and the Sioux also have several docks, right? The poorest among the clans is the Zhang, they don't even have a place to stay despite the lake being so large. Hong Tianzhu didn't know too much about the power struggle back then either, but he had heard a few things about it. Even though the Zhang ancestors lost, they still had one dock remaining out of the 18. However, these ancestors were furious at that time and chose to leave Dongting Lake. The rest of them then divided the Zhang clan's assets, this wasn't a proud event at all. Li Qie nonchalantly looked at him and said, will your Hong clan be willing to give up your power and resources? Hong Tianzhu eventually answered, I don't know what the ancestors will say, but you are right, our lake is indeed in disarray due to the power struggles. We only do what we want, so many of our covenants and pacts with others can't be implemented. If this keeps up, the lake will be even more fragmented and become weaker. I understand after listening to you today. He gently sighed, we must be the ones to reshape the order of the lake. Otherwise, no one will respect us. As the master of the lake, he understood that many of their current agreements couldn't be carried out at all. Chapter 1250, Marriage Proposal. Li Qie watched over Hong Tianzhu for a bit before speaking, very well, if you are truly sincere, then it will be for the best. I will give your lake one last chance, if you can't seize it, then you are on your own in the future. Hong Tianzhu became excited and quickly bowed, thank you, young noble. Even though he knew neither what Li Qie was capable of or about the souls of the ancestors, his intuition was telling him that this was a once-in-million-years opportunity for their lake. If they were to miss it, then they would truly be on the verge of a real decline. Hong Yujiao was also confused at this moment. They didn't know who this man was, but she felt an unfathomable aura from him. When he sat there, it seemed as if he was the master of all. Both she and her father felt their statuses lowered while he would remain the same for all eternity. Li Qie asked Hong Tianzhu, "Did you come to Dragon Well to celebrate the Jian clan's birthday?" Hong Tianzhu quickly answered, "Young noble, you are correct. Our lake was invited for the 8,000th birthday, so we came to give the Jian grandfather our blessings." "Very well, we'll go together then. Having an audience with the grandfather will be good." Li Qie gently nodded. "As for whether you can build a friendship with the Jian clan in the future or not, that will depend on your own fortune. Meet the grandfather." Hong Tianzhu was both excited and nervous. Even though their lake did have some ties with the Jian clan, it was a very shallow relationship. To a large extent, the only reason they were invited to this celebration was most likely because they were also humans. Their lake was not qualified to see the grandfather alone. This was something left to behemoths like the Seven Martial Pavilion and Roaring Conch. How could he not be shocked by this development? It was truly a good opportunity for Dongting Lake. "Your Highness, please stop, our master is in a meeting." The voice of a disciple from the lake came from outside. But before this disciple could finish, the person had already barged inside. The intruder was the Wyvern Crown Prince, Shangguan Feilong. The disciple outside couldn't exactly stop him, so they were at an impasse. Hong Tianzhu and Hong Yujiao were surprised to see this sudden intrusion and slightly frowned. After coming inside, Shangguan Feilong felt annoyed when he saw Li Qie and snorted. However, he didn't push it further and decided to ignore Li Qie. He cupped his fist towards the other two and said, "Uncle, sister, please excuse my rude interruption, I was simply too anxious." The deed was done, so despite feeling unhappy, Hong Tianzhu managed to ask, "Nephew, is there an important event?" Shangguan Feilong was visually happy. He bowed and carefully spoke, "My big sis wants to invite you to the Jian clan to talk about the marriage between sister and me." "What marriage?" Hong Yujiao's expression shifted. Hong Tianzhu grimaced as well and said, "Nephew, this joke is going too far. It is too early to talk about marriage." "Uncle, it isn't early." Shangguan Feilong gloated, "My big sis has sent messages to the ancestors of the lake, and they have agreed. Moreover, our marriage will be administered by the Sea Shield Prince." Both the father and daughter were alarmed upon hearing this sudden development. They couldn't react in time. The ancestors of the lake have high hopes for this marriage and wish for it to happen soon. The happy youth spoke, "My big sis heard that uncle was staying at Dragon Well, so she told me to come and invite you to the Jian clan to discuss things further." Hong Tianzhu raised his brows and asked in a serious manner, "When did the ancestors agree to this?" "Just a while ago." Shangguan Feilong was all smiles, "Sister and I are a perfect match." "This marriage is a match made in heaven," Hong Yujiao coldly interrupted him, "I'll be in charge of my own marriage, the ancestors don't need to worry about it." Hong Yujiao was quite dissatisfied with the ancestors from the lake suddenly deciding her marriage for her. Hong Tianzhu felt the same way, evident by his grimace. He understood why the ancestors agreed so quickly. To a large extent, it was due to Feilong's older sister, Shangguan Fian. She was one of the most excellent geniuses of the Roaring Conch. Plus, there had been rumors of her marrying her senior brother, the Sea Shield Prince, to become the future mistress of that sect. If the lake could form this marriage pact with the Wyvern country, they would also be able to suck up to the Roaring Conch. It would be very beneficial to have such a strong backing. However, he was not happy about this marriage. His daughter had the most excellent bloodline among the lake's younger generation. He naturally didn't want their Hong clan's best bloodline to go to a foreign race. Shangguan Feilong quickly responded to Hong Yujiao, "Sister, we are childhood friends. You have the best bloodline while I will inherit the Wyvern country. Our children will be dragons and phoenixes amongst men, they could even inherit the true dragon's bloodline from my forefathers, since when did the Wyvern country have a true dragon's bloodline?" A very blunt voice interrupted Feilong. Li Qiye coldly commented, a little snake crawling up from the seabed dares to claim to be a true dragon. Li Qiye didn't show Feilong any respect, the Wyvern country is nothing. How can it be qualified to marry a daughter from the Hong clan? When the ancestors from the Hong clan lorded over the world, your forefather was only a little snake at the bottom of the ocean. You. Feilong's expression became quite unsightly after the hurtful words. He furiously pointed at Li Qiye and spat, Li, don't think you're all that because you're the peacock tree's disciple. It can only be invincible at Peacock Land and will never be able to leave. Without its protection, you are nothing and can be killed at any time. Li Qiye was too lazy to give him another glance. He stood up and told Hong Yujiao, your marriage is for you to decide. Those geezers from the lake are hopelessly stupid. In order to gain a backing, they are willing to give up their best bloodline to a foreign race as a cauldron. Truly a bunch of idiots. If you want to marry, then do it. If you don't, then you don't have to worry about anyone forcing you. Just let me know and I shall deal with them. These other races are not qualified to marry the excellent bloodline of the Hong clan. Having said that, he walked towards the door. Feilong was enraged by Li Qiye and shouted, motherfucker, I dare you to say that again. Li Qiye ignored him and left the lobby. Hong Tianzhu quickly consoled him, nephew, a marriage is a happy event, but it is also very important. Wait until I come back and talk to the ancestors to figure things out, then I'll meet your sister. Of course, I'll probably see her at the birthday celebration anyway. Uncle, after this feast, my sister will be going back to the Roaring Conch. She wants to arrange the marriage before leaving. Feilong had to ignore Li Qiye and replied to Hong Tianzhu, if this can be done, she can also invite the Sea Shield Prince to preside over our wedding. I understand your eagerness as well as Miss Shengguan's line of thought. Hong Tianzhu was conflicted. The ancestors didn't bother talking to him before deciding his daughter's marriage. He continued to appease Feilong, don't worry, I will give your sister a definite answer before she leaves. It took a while before Tianzhu managed to calm Feilong down and send him away. The ancestors are too unreasonable. How can they make a decision about my marriage like this? Hong Yujiao expressed her dissatisfaction after Feilong's departure. Hong Tianzhu sighed and insipidly said, do you still not see it? There is only one reason why the ancestors from our Hong and Su clans could reach an agreement in such a short amount of time. Even though we have a lot of power in the lake right now, several of our Hong ancestors are near the end of their lifespans. If they die, then the Su clan will have a chance to close the gap. The Roaring Conch is the most powerful lineage right now with a great amount of divine medicine. If I'm not mistaken, the ancestors must have reached an agreement with Shengguan Fian, they want to use this marriage to trade for some medicine. He sighed helplessly after coming to this conclusion. Chapter 1251, Bloodshark Scion. Hong Yujiao felt gloomy after hearing her father. Hong Tianzhu continued his explanation while feeling frustrated. As for the ancestors from the Su clan, it is pretty easy to guess why they are in favor of this marriage. Among the younger generations, your bloodline is the most exceptional with the highest chance for atavism. If you stay at the lake, you will have a better chance than anyone else to inherit my mantle and become the next master of the lake. As you can imagine, if our Hong clan were to stay in power, the other clans will not be happy. This is why they were able to reach an agreement about the marriage proposal so quickly. He sighed after finishing his explanation. She voiced her displeasure, our ancestors are too outrageous. I am not an object. Tianzhu continued with a hint of helplessness, despite being together, our clans have always sought power. It has been many years since we were last united. Young Noble Li was right about why others look down on us. Our clans are not doing a good job of operating the lake, everyone is only after their own interests and small gains. Perhaps this is the time for us to change. Otherwise, we will die from infighting before an enemy has the chance to destroy us. His eyes became determined after stating this. She worriedly responded, "Father, I'm afraid the ancestors will not agree to reuniting our clans and obeying our past teachings. Even our own ancestors won't allow you to do so." "I know." Tianzhu gently sighed, "But what else can we do? Do we keep on watching the internal struggle until our demise?" He lowered his tone here, "As for the marriage, I will personally discuss it with them." Their actions were too unreasonable this time. Having said that, he contemplated quietly for a while. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Baitu had finally comprehended his own Tao and was overjoyed by his success. Not even in his wildest dreams did he imagine that such a day would come. He left his closed cultivation since the birthday celebration was swiftly approaching. Together with Li Qie, he went to the Jian clan along with Hong Tianzhu, Hong Yujiao, and some disciples from the lake. At this time, Dragonwell City was quite lively. People crowded together along the streets. This was especially true for the Jian mansion. Carriages were everywhere with people coming and going. Guests from all over the seas came to wish happy birthday to the Jian grandfather. Even imperial lineages created by sea gods and immortal emperors were no exceptions. Before arriving at the mansion, Li Qie's group met Feilong along the way. It seemed that he intended to walk together with them. "Uncle, sister." Feilong cupped his fists and greeted them while only giving a cold humph towards Li Qie. He didn't wish to provoke Li Qie this time. It wasn't that he was afraid of Li Qie even though Li Qie was the disciple of the peacock tree. After all, his big sis was the genius of the roaring conch, so his backing was quite amazing as well. This time, he was accompanied by another young man. This young man had a stout stature with a sharp pair of eyes. There seemed to be an ethereal bloody mist hovering around him. Feilong introduced him, "Uncle, this is the blood shark Scion, you probably recognize him." Hong Yujiao and the rest of the lake's disciples trembled a bit. The blood shark village was very famous in the heaven spirit world. Moreover, it was right next to the wyvern country. Most importantly, it was more powerful than wyvern. Wyvern was relatively milder in their conduct while this village was notorious for its cruelty. They often attacked smaller factions. Furthermore, one of its ancestors was the blood shark sovereign, a very terrifying existence. Rumor has it that in his youth, he was once recognized by the Tyrant. However, for some unknown reason, the Tyrant abandoned him so he ultimately couldn't become a sea god. Nevertheless, his status at the Dragon Demon Sea was still untouchable. Other great powers had no desire to provoke him. "Sect Master Hong, nice to meet you. In the future, we will be in-laws. Your lake's problems will be my blood shark village's problems." This scion was even more arrogant than Feilong as he cupped his fists and smiled. "In-laws? Why do you say that?" Hong Tianzhu furrowed his brows. It seemed like many interesting events were happening all at once. Feilong was the one who answered, "Uncle, you haven't heard yet, but the Lin clan has betrothed their golden daughter to him." Hong Tianzhu's expression sank after hearing this. He was left in the dark despite being the sect master. It looked like the Lin clan didn't want to let the other clans know about it. He also understood that they did this in order to oppose the Hong clan. If, say, his daughter was to actually marry Shangguan Feilong, then it wouldn't only be a marriage with wyvern, they would also gain the favor of the roaring conch. This marriage was a source of worry for the other clans at Dongting Lake. Because of this, the Lin clan, a sect relatively close to the lake, was the first to have a marriage alliance with the blood shark village. He secretly lamented after realizing this. Many clans didn't even hesitate to cooperate with outsiders for power. At this time, the scion's eyes fell upon a female disciple. Even though she couldn't be described as kingdom-toppling, she still grew up to be quite beautiful with a graceful bearing like an orchid in a valley. His eyes lit up right away as he stared in an overbearing and rude manner. "You must be Sister Lin. We shall be a great couple after getting married." The scion laughed and said, you have a holy bloodline while I have a sea god's bloodline. Our marriage will be a perfect matrimony. This scion was proving to be even more arrogant and overbearing than Shangguan Failong. For this trip, Hong Tianzhu brought along the most excellent disciples among the younger generation. He wanted them to get to know the youths from the Jian clan. This miss with the surname Lin was a brilliant disciple. At this time, the scion's stare caused her discomfort. She couldn't help but hide behind Hong Yujiao. The scion's words were quite imposing. He spoke as if she was already his incubator, angering the other disciples. Alas, they didn't dare to speak up. The scion ignored the glares from these disciples and remained haughty as he dismissively said, "This marriage is very beneficial to your Dongting Lake. This is the lake's honor." Hong Tianzhu snorted at this comment, but he remained calm. Meanwhile, Li Qiye, who was watching indifferently on the sideline, couldn't help but shake his head. These foolish ancestors from the clans back at Dongting Lake were incurable. They didn't mind working together with outsiders to grab power. This was the same as inviting wolves to their own home. Such a hungry wolf was standing before them, evidenced by his invasive gaze at the young lady from the Lin clan. The Bloodshark scion smiled and said, "After the celebration, you should come with me to the Bloodshark village. I'll take you to see our customs." The young girl was still hiding behind Hong Yujiao while feeling disgusted by the scion's eyes that resembled those of a hungry wolf. She felt both angry and helpless because her own ancestors had betrothed her to the village. At this time, Li Qiye began again with an insipid tone, "Bloodshark village? Only a lowly race that enjoys feasting on rotten corpses. It took you forever to be able to come out of the water, yet you are here acting all pompous. Your lowly race is not qualified to marry one of my people. Scram to the side." Despite his initial stance of not caring for Dongting Lake, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. He had decided to personally rectify the problems those foolish ancestors had caused Dongting Lake. His comment came to Miss Lin's rescue. Many disciples felt quite pleased to hear it because they couldn't speak out against the order of their ancestors. The Bloodshark scion became heated right away. He turned around and coldly exclaimed, "You are that brat, the disciple of the peacock tree. It isn't here right now, so don't think you cannot be offended. Anyone can kill you right now." A chilling glint flashed across his eyes after issuing the threat. Li Qiye suddenly smiled back. This was a smile that made Hong Tianzhu's heart skip a beat. He suddenly felt an ominous foreboding because he had heard of the blood ceremony that Li Qiye and the Tree Father carried out. "Let us go to the Jian mansion," he quickly interjected in order to remind both the scion and Li Qiye. Chapter 1252, Birthday Celebration. Shangguan Failong also stopped the Bloodshark scion from fighting and quickly added, "Scion, there's no need to bother with a scoundrel like this. It will only ruin the mood of the grandfather's birthday, that wouldn't be good." The scion glanced at the Jian mansion not too far away and grunted to call it a day. Everyone had to be reserved at the Jian mansion. "Don't worry, his head is already claimed." Failong grinned and told Li Qiye, "We won't bother with you for now, but don't be happy for long. Queen Gongsun has already claimed your head. She has released a message about taking your head to sacrifice to her maid." Hong Yujiao and the rest of the disciples from the lake were aghast. Even Hong Tianzhu was a little stirred. He naturally knew who Queen Gongsun was, as the concubine of the profound god monarch. Her backing was the monstrous profound dynasty. Who the hell is she? Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye and simply didn't take it to heart. The rest of his group had no comments. The guy was too domineering. Among the younger generation, who would dare to make such a remark about Gongsun Meiyu? "Ha, ignorant fool. No one will be able to save you once the queen is here." Failong smiled deviously. In fact, it was him who told Meiyu about Li Qiye's presence at Dragon Well. If Meiyu wasn't preoccupied with meeting the big characters from the Jian clan, she would have already tried to take his head as revenge for her maid, Gong Sun Qianer. "Gentlemen, we are here." Hong Tianzhu noticed the sparks in the air and quickly interrupted them when they made it to the entrance. The Jian disciples were welcoming guests. These disciples were very knowledgeable and quickly greeted the group. "Master Hong, Blood Shark Scion, welcome to our humble abode." Hong Tianzhu returned the gesture. Even the Blood Shark Scion didn't dare to act presumptuously before the Jian clan. He politely conversed with these disciples. As for Fei Long, he had been here already to deliver his gift, so he was very familiar with these disciples. While the others were talking with the Jian disciples, Miss Lin came next to Li Qiye and whispered, "Thank you for earlier." Li Qiye took a look at this gentle girl and noticed her slightly embarrassed demeanor. He sighed in his mind. In the past, these clans were completely united under one legion. Their battalions formed by their disciples once threatened the world with many great expeditions. Part of their prestige came from their integrity and open-mindedness, which attracted many human experts to join them. However, many years have passed and their descendants suffer from internal conflicts. They were now fish on the chopping block in the eyes of many. While Li Qiye was recalling the past, the young lady reminded him, "Let's go inside." The rest of the group that were talking to the Jian disciples earlier had already entered. The remaining disciples from the lake followed them inside as well. Li Qiye and Miss Lin walked up the steps. While standing beneath the entrance, Li Qiye looked up to look at the plaque. It was a very simple wooden board with the word Jian written on it. It contained an extraordinary divinity. That happy and outgoing smile with a hint of craftiness always accompanied her laughter. This laughter was too difficult to forget, always ringing in his ears when he looked at the plaque. "Your Excellency, the ruler of the universe and adjudicator of the heavens will, how about leaving behind a word to protect my Jian clan's descendants?" The wily girl blinked with a pair of wise eyes that seemed like they could speak. She smiled and continued, "I won't ask for you to protect them, only that if one day, our descendants blindly maneuver against you, you will think about this character, Jian, and spare their lives." The past seemed like it was just yesterday. Her unforgettable voice and posture still lingered in his heart. He gently sighed while looking at the word on the plaque and thought to himself, "Little girl, why did you have to try so hard back then? All of that just to scheme for little Hong Tian. If I wanted to obtain my body from the immortal demon grotto, I would have done so long ago." During his melancholic reminiscence, Hong Tianzhu had presented his gift. It was not a stunning present, but it also didn't throw away the lake's reputation. It was right around the middle of the pack. The Blood Shark Scion also presented a treasure box with a blood pearl inside. He was very proud of his present and stated, "My ancestors can't personally come to wish Senior Jian a happy birthday, so they allowed me to bring this Blood Shark Divine Pearl as a gift instead. Please excuse us for the little gift that doesn't show our full sincerity." Despite saying this, he had a complacent demeanor. After all, this was an exceedingly rare divine pearl. It was not easy to come up with such a treasure. The guests were marveling at this priceless gift. One Blood Shark Divine Pearl. However, the old man receiving the presents had a relatively flat reaction and only recorded it on the list. The Jian clan was a wondrous existence with a deep foundation. The old man receiving presents had seen pretty much every kind of treasure. This was only one divine pearl, so of course his reaction was dull. The gloating scion felt a bit lost after seeing the lack of reaction. He felt a bit of remorse as well because this pearl was still considered very precious for their village. But now, this old man from the Jian clan was treating it like an ordinary piece of candy. This made him feel quite uncomfortable. A disciple noticed that Li Qiye was standing by the door in a daze and quickly asked, "This is? Who might you be, sir?" His name is Li Qiye from Peacock Land. Who knows if he was actually invited to the Jian grandfather's birthday or not. The Blood Shark Scion was annoyed, so he used this opportunity to intentionally lower Li Qiye's standing. So you are young noble Li from Peacock Land, I have heard of your great fame. The Jian disciple was not a frog at the bottom of a well, so he immediately cupped his fists to greet Li Qie. Li Qie didn't bother to look at the scion who was trying to debase him and casually handed over the invitation given to him by Jian Shaotai. Young noble Li, please come inside. The disciple quickly led him to the main hall. The scion who wanted to mock Li Qie had to stop after seeing the invitation and could only snort instead. After being taken to the reception area, Li Qie didn't say much and only handed a wooden box to the old man. This box was very ordinary looking, as if it was a random and inconspicuous container for a regular birthday present. Oh. This is your present? The Bloodshark scion sneered and commented with disdain, I heard your Peacock Land has no disciples other than a hoodlum like you, so I guess it is understandable for such a weak lineage. Don't tell me you plucked a few leaves from the peacock tree and brought them here as a present for the grandfather. Brother Bloodshark, you shouldn't be so demanding. After the calamity, Peacock Land has been stricken with poverty. One must remember that sincerity is more important than gifts. Just a few leaves are more than enough. Shangguan Feilong smiled and added fuel to the fire. These two had grievances towards Li Qie, so they held nothing back in their remarks. Li Qie ignored the two and told the old man in a flat tone, a ginseng root, decent for longevity replenishment. The old man's face changed as he immediately opened the wooden box. A rich and incomparable ginseng fragrance dispersed. As people smelled this scent, their blood energies suddenly erupted. The older cultivators felt like they were dozens of years younger. A ginseng root was placed in this ordinary box. The entire section was as red as blood with a flowing purple glow, making it resemble a piece of jade. It seemed that this particular root had its own life. The old man couldn't help but exclaim in shock, a violet blood ginseng king. The root of an ancestor ginseng. Despite his great experience, he was still shaken all the same. This was not something comparable to several million years old medicines. This was an immortal medicine. Even just a small section had an unbelievable worth. For many cultivators, this little piece alone could prolong their life for a long time. Numerous older masters dreamed of such an item. An ancestor ginseng. Some of the guests were astounded and quickly circled around to take a look. This is my first time seeing an immortal item like this. A great power's ancestor was shocked and had saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. Immortal medicine, amazing. This is something that can only be obtained with great fortune. How many people have actually seen an immortal medicine in their lifetime? Astonishment was the common reaction for these guests. This is an item exclusive to God Kings. No one dared to have any ill thoughts about it since only God Kings could use an item of this level. Hong Tianzhu and the other disciples from the lake were aghast at this inconceivable gift. Chapter 1253, Jian Clan. This ginseng root amazed the spectators. The violet glow on its red body made it look like a priceless treasure to just about anyone. Feilong and the Bloodshark scion were embarrassed by this root. Their expressions became quite ugly. They were laughing at Li Qie earlier, but now, this ginseng root was a ruthless slap to their faces, leaving them with no room for retort. Of course, this was not Li Qie trying to show off. In terms of status, the Jian grandfather was still his junior. Giving this root to prolong his life was only a greeting gift for a junior. Jian Shaotai hurried out at this time. He was talking to his guest inside the mansion, but as soon as he heard from a disciple, he ran outside right away. A ginseng root was still considered a grand gesture to their clan, so he had to personally greet Li Qie. Brotherly, thank you for the generous gift. He cupped his fists right away and said, I thank you on behalf of our grandfather. This root was quite crucial to the grandfather since he was already 8,000 years old. It could prolong his life by at least 100 years. Li Qie just nodded and lightly said, don't mention it, just a small gift. This nonchalant attitude made some of the guests stare at the blood shark Scion and Shangguan Feilong. Earlier, the Scion was gloating after presenting a blood shark divine pearl and mocked Li Qiye in the process. But now, Li Qiye's ginseng root was countless times more precious than the pearl, yet Li Qiye still acted normally. The difference in the two's worth became clear with a glance. "Brotherly, Master Hong, and fellow Taoists, please come inside." Jian Shaotai noticed that Li Qiye was together with Hong Tianzhu's group, so he busily invited them in. Hong Tianzhu and the disciples brightened up after being personally invited by Shaotai, the successor of the Jian clan. Even though he rarely showed himself, his status was great. Normally, he would only greet guests from imperial lineages or sea god sections. Thus, they felt respected after receiving this gesture from him. As they were leaving, they walked by the blood shark Scion. Li Qiye only gave him a quick glance and stated, "This divine pearl is just a piece of crap. I would only use them to decorate the pen of livestock, it's not worth a single coin." Li Qiye never took it easy on those who opposed him and left no room for conciliation. No one else dared to interfere with this personal grievance between the two. The Scion's face reddened with anger after hearing this. He scowled and left right away. Feilong followed right after him. Staying any longer would only result in further humiliation. Jian Shaotai noticed the atmosphere and tried to change the topic. "Brotherly, this is your first time at our home. If you and everyone else don't mind, how about a tour?" Despite already being familiar with the mansion, Li Qiye still gently nodded. A walk doesn't sound bad. The mansion occupied a wide area. Inside it had its own heavenly grotto, so it was more accurate to call it an ancestral ground than a mansion. There were temples and pavilions situated on majestic terrain everywhere. Rivers ran by with hills and other wondrous natural environments. Dongting Lake's disciples had an eye-opening experience while following Jian Shaotai through the mansion. They thought that it was just a series of buildings in the beginning instead of it being its own separate space. Outside of shock, they truly realized that the Jian clan wasn't just powerful in name. Li Qiye gently sighed while walking through this familiar land with an indescribable feeling. All along, the Jian clan wanted him to come back. To a certain extent, the clan was started by him. However, after burying Jian Wenxin, he didn't want to come back here again because the same sentence kept echoing in his head whenever he returned. "The heavens is too unreachable, there is nothing bad about being a trapped ant in this world." These were among her last words. "Your Excellency, I know your ambition is as high as the heavens and as far-reaching as the limits of the world. After I rest, I hope that you can go even further and faster. This is my end, the best I can hope for." He gently shook his head after recalling her words. In her last moments, he didn't blame her or Empress Hong Tian. The only pity was that Hong Tian had always been a stubborn girl. After so long, she still didn't want to look back. However, it was precisely this unyielding stubbornness that carried her to such heights. Jian Shaotai, acting as a tour guide for everyone, noticed Li Qiye's absent-mindedness and asked, "Brotherly, what's wrong?" Li Qiye's mind returned as he smiled, "Nothing, I'm just a bit tired. I will go back to rest." "Okay then." Jian Shaotai replied, "I have made the arrangements for your group's living quarters. If you are tired, we can have this tour again tomorrow. That will be when grandfather will come out as well. I'll take you to see him then." Li Qiye only chuckled in response. Meanwhile, the disciples from the lake enviously stared at Li Qiye. The Jian grandfather was a celestial god king. Not just anyone could meet a character of this level in person. It was a kind of honor. Jian Shaotai led the group back to the guest rooms. However, they met other people on the way. "My queen, that's Li Qiye." At this time, Shangguan Feilong and the blood shark Scion led two women here. Both of them could be considered kingdom-toppling and put girls like Hong Yujiao and Miss Lin to shame. One of them was brilliantly charming while the other noble and enchanting. Their indescribable beauty could sway the soul. This was especially true for the noble woman in her phoenix dress. She exuded the mature vibe of a woman that was too temptatious. Not only did they eclipse Hong Yujiao in beauty, their auras were powerful and imposing as well. The charming girl had divine halos emanating from her body. Belying her slender figure that gave her a fragile appearance, the halos still engulfed this world with a frightening god-monarch presence. She was the genius of the roaring conch, Shangguan Fian. The other woman's phoenix robe told the tale of her identity. She also had divine circles around her body with a spiritual mirror behind her head. This mirror could illuminate the entire world. It was irresistible and could steal away souls. This was the profound god monarch's favorite concubine, Gongsun Meiyu. She wasn't a beautiful yet useless decorative vase since she was already famous as a genius before marrying the monarch in the Abyss Sea. Her talents were superb since she cultivated the unique characteristics of the charming spirit to the highest level. Her bewitching eyes showed that she had mastered her seductive techniques. Rumor has it that her divine eyes could take control of others. Hong Tianzhu was alarmed after seeing the two women because he had heard of the feud between them and Li Qie. He knew that Li Qie had killed Gongsun Meiyu's favorite maid, Gongsun Qianer. Jian Shaotai frowned at this development as well. He was not one who was afraid of trouble, however Shangguan Feilong and the Scion were stirring the pot, and this displeased him. "You are the one who killed my maid?" Gongsun Meiyu's eyes fell upon Li Qie. Her phoenix eyes turned cold and stately. Li Qie was as calm as ever and only took a quick glimpse at Meiyu before replying in a flat tone, "Who?" "Gongsun Qianer." Meiyu coldly said, "The woman you killed at the bottomless trench." "Oh, yes, something like that indeed happened." Li Qie smiled. "Unfortunately, she shouldn't have made a move against me. I have never shown mercy to my enemies. A life for a life." Meiyu's cold glare emitted a murderous intent. "I shall take your head and sacrifice it to her soul in the heavens." Feilong and the Scion became quite excited to see Meiyu wishing to deal with Li Qie. The two of them felt a sense of schadenfreude while waiting for her to kill him. Li Qie revealed a wide smile and raised his brows a little while looking at her. He then glanced at Fian and the other two before leisurely answering, "By yourself or everyone together? I think it is better if all of you come together so that I won't have to waste too much time cleaning you up one by one." Chapter 1254, Quarrels. Fian's expression turned sour while the others hated Li Qie even more. Meanwhile, Jian Shaotai smiled wryly. Provoking Meiyu alone was problematic enough, but now he had offended Fian as well. As for Hong Tianzhu's group, they could only be described as speechless. Meiyu was backed by the profound dynasty while Fian came from the roaring conch. Both of these entities were untouchable. But now, Li Qie was antagonizing both of them. This was simply too crazy. It was as if he didn't care about his enemies. Quite bold. Fian's pretty eyes turned cold. The halos around her body became even brighter as she stared at him. "I heard you are a tree controller. I want to see just how much you have learned from the peacock tree to allow you to act so bold and provoke me." "Only a god monarch, no big deal." Li Qie lazily answered, "I don't want to stain the Jian clan with blood today. Be smart and scram or I'll chop you to pieces." These words were too direct and domineering. Jian Shaotai felt his scalp tingling. This was adding oil to the fire. "How confident, let me see it then." Before Meiyu could erupt in anger, her eyes glared at him. In an instant, a murderous energy surged forth. Her halo suppressed the entire area, leaving others breathless. "Ladies, ladies." Jian Shaotai quickly got between the two sides and blocked them from each other. He cupped his fists to both Li Qie and the two girls while smiling. "Brotherly, Miss Gongsun and Miss Shangguan, how about everyone just calm down today? Take one step back and everything will be better." Today is a joyous occasion, so please, spare us some face. Just smile and drop it. As an outsider, he didn't want to bother with their feud. However, this was before the grandfather's celebration, and bloodshed was a very unlucky omen. Sister Shangguan, spare his dog life for now. Let him hold on to his head for a while longer. Wait until after the birthday celebration, it won't be too late then. Meiyu could endure this anger despite wanting revenge for her maid. After all, fighting and killing at the birthday celebrations of the Jian grandfather would be too disrespectful to the Jian clan. Even though she was the monarch's favorite, she still had a sense of propriety. You got lucky. In the end, Fian still showed some consideration towards Jian Xiaotai. She peered back at Li Qie and said, if it wasn't for young noble Jian pleading for you, this date next year would have been your funeral. More like all of you are quite lucky. I do not wish to kill today, otherwise, Li Qie smiled gently, but his eyes flashed with a cold glint. Brotherly, this way please. Jian Xiaotai was afraid that these three would quarrel and fight again, so he quickly led the way for Li Qie. Li Qie didn't make it difficult for Jian Xiaotai. He just came back to the Jian clan and didn't want to kill. Otherwise, these girls wouldn't have the chance to act like this in front of him. His usual disposition would have made him kill anyone who revealed a murderous intent against him. The people from the lake heaved a sigh of relief. The confrontation between Li Qie and the two women left them out of breath. A real fight would have been a very serious event. Master Hong, I heard you have some reservations about the marriage between our clans. As Hong Tianzhu chased after Li Qie, Fian called for him with a distant tone before he could make it very far. Hong Tianzhu didn't want any of this, but he still had to stop and cup his fists. Miss Shangguan, it is not that I have a negative opinion of this marriage, it is just that this pertains to the most important event in the lives of the two children. We need careful deliberation before making a choice. The elders from your lake have already agreed, my little brother is very happy as well, and my country is willing. Master Hong, what else is there to talk about? Fian became quite imposing. With that, she stared at Hong Yujiao and stated, is it because your daughter is unwilling? Does she think that my wyvern country is not a match for your Hong clan? Well, I'm sure she doesn't think that, Hong Tianzhu coughed awkwardly. He didn't want this marriage either since it was inviting wolves into their home. However, the ancestors had all agreed, so it was difficult for him to refuse. Little sister Hong, do you not want such a wonderful thing? Gong Sun Meiyu chimed in at this time, young noble Shangguan is a dragon among men. Wyvern is also a great power in the Dragon Demon Sea, and the two of you are quite a match. Your Hong bloodline can be considered a match for him, it will pass down excellent offspring for Wyvern. Hong Yujiao was already quite annoyed with Fian's aggressive tone, but she became even angrier because of Gong Sun Meiyu's interjection. The woman made it sound like this marriage was her trying to climb up the social ladder. In fact, after seeing Fian's presumptuous attitude, Hong Yujiao hated the idea of this marriage even more. Her temper was not that mild, so she coldly responded to Fian, Miss Shangguan, I will be in charge of my marriage. Fian continued to glare as she replied, one's marriage should be arranged by their elders. If the ancestors from the Hong clan have decided, you just need to follow their arrangements. Li Qie turned back and interrupted Fian, if she doesn't want this engagement, then scram already. Don't use that shitty attitude to try and bully them. My Hong clan is not something your wyvern country can reach up to. Her previously subsided anger immediately rose again. Fai Long, on the other hand, couldn't help but step forward and shouted as well, Li, you are not part of the Hong clan, so this has nothing to do with you. The business of the Hong is not for you to interfere with. Fian coldly glared at him and said, ignorant junior, I didn't want to spill blood in this place, but you deserve a slapping with that comment. Li Qie leisurely smiled in response, you are right. I didn't want to kill or spill blood here, but a slapping isn't a bad idea. Brotherly, Jian Shaotai quickly stopped him and nearly grabbed him in order to stop him from rushing forward to teach Fian a lesson. "Brotherly, please give this little brother some face. Out of consideration for me, just calm down today and don't worry about any enmity. Everyone can deal with these grudges in several days, right?" Jian Xiaotia's bitter expression showed that he was on the verge of begging. Li Qiye glanced at him before flatly speaking, "Tell them to stay the hell out of my sight. After today, there will be no more mercy." With that, he turned and left. Jian Shaotai was relieved. In fact, he didn't know that Li Qiye was being quite considerate of him already. If it was any other time, he would have immediately began killing without a care after being provoked this much. This was his first day of returning after a very long time. He didn't wish to spill blood in the Jian clan right away. Hong Tianzhu sighed as well and quickly followed Li Qiye with his disciples. "Master Hong," Fian stated coldly after seeing that Tianzhu wanted to leave, "you should reconsider. Don't let an outsider interfere with such an important matter. It won't be good for Dongting Lake." This remark was not only aggressive but also threatening. Hong Tianzhu naturally understood the implications and stiffened after hearing the words. Nevertheless, he didn't respond and followed Li Qiye. He felt very helpless in this matter. He had personally returned to the lake a couple of days ago in order to convince the ancestors, but was unsuccessful. Even though he didn't want to depend on others for this marriage, he felt an urge to trust Li Qiye this time. If no one could stop Fian, then this marriage would be a foregone conclusion. Hong Yujiao didn't want to marry Fai Long, but Tianzhu himself didn't have the ability to change his daughter's fate. Thus, he decided to gamble and latch on to this saving grace, Li Qiye. Yujiao was quiet the entire way. She was in a daze and didn't know what to do. She was certain that she didn't want to marry Fai Long. However, if the ancestors wouldn't change their minds, then there was nothing else she could do. "Brotherly, there's no need to confront them so directly. Sometimes, the circuitous path is the right one." As a human, Jian Shaotai kindly reminded Li Qiye, "In the Dragon Demon Sea, humans are at a disadvantage. This is the world of sea demons. If you take the roaring conch head-on, I'm afraid you will lose sooner or later." Li Qiye only smiled and answered nonchalantly, "Shaotai, I simply didn't want to kill today over this kind of shit, but after tomorrow, I will kill anyone who continues to be blind, even if it is inside the Jian mansion." Jian Shaotai was without words after hearing this. He warned Li Qiye with good intentions, but Li Qiye simply didn't take it to heart. Chapter 1255, Miss Lin. Jian Shaotai prepared the rooms for Li Qiye's group. After taking care of everything, he finally bid goodbye. The guy was very enthusiastic and thoughtful. This was not only because of Li Qiye's valuable gift, but also because everyone was human, so he was even more attentive towards Li Qiye's group. Hong Tianzhu and the other disciples rode on Li Qiye's coattails and enjoyed this superb treatment. This was a reception that was normally meant for imperial and sea god lineages. If Hong Tianzhu's group came alone, they wouldn't have been subjected to this great hospitality. Among the disciples, some were happy while others worried. The majority were mostly excited by just being able to enter the Jian mansion. It would be even better if they could meet the clan's disciples. After all, everyone was part of the human race, so there was an easy connection there. In this regard, the current generation of Dongting Lake was still relatively unstained from ambition and the lust for power, unlike the previous. Hong Tianzhu, Hong Yujiao, and Miss Lin all had a sleepless night. The girls were worried about their marriages. Hong Yujiao simply didn't want to marry Fai Long at all. This was doubly true for Miss Lin. She didn't know the blood shark scion at all. Moreover, his reputation was quite bad. After the marriage, she would just become an incubator, used for her holy bloodline. However, these two could only despair at their fate, unable to change it. At this time, they couldn't help but think about Li Qiye. He was only a stranger whom they knew nothing about except that he came from Peacock Land. Nevertheless, he still gave them a favorable impression, especially when he supported them in preventing their marriages, further fueling their hope. They inadvertently prayed that this stranger could change their fate. Needless to say about Hong Tianzhu, his night was even longer. He didn't only think about his daughter's marriage, but also the fate of his disciples. More importantly, the future of the lake itself. Even though he was the master of the lake, his own power was limited. The ancestors from the clans did as they pleased, so he couldn't coordinate the lake as a whole. It was simply impossible to make the lake stronger under such circumstances. On top of it all, he was worried about his own future. These ancestors didn't mind cooperating with outside races and even betrothing their most excellent bloodline to them. This was simply inviting wolves into their home. The most at peace among them must have been Zhang Baitu. He was very content at this moment and didn't desire much more. He simply wanted to continue to persevere on the path towards the Tao. Because of this, he had the best sleep out of the group. They woke up early the next day. Hong Tianzhu went to see the other guests here at the mansion and left the juniors behind. Hong Yujiao's group didn't know anyone here, so they went to find Li Qie to see what he had in mind. However, he was nowhere to be found when they arrived at his little courtyard. Hong Yujiao asked, "Brother Zhang, where is young noble Li?" Zhang Baitu shook his head in response, "I don't know either. He left very early in the morning and didn't tell me where he was off to." The group was disappointed at his absence. The disciples looked at each other a bit before Hong Yujiao made a decision, "We'll go out for a walk. It'll be good to get acquainted with the Jian disciples." The rest nodded in agreement. This was still a good opportunity for them to get closer to the Jian disciples. It was a good thing for the lake as well. "Brother Zhang, come with us." Hong Yujiao didn't leave him out despite him not being close to the rest of the disciples. They left the small courtyard in order to take a walk around the Jian mansion. However, they didn't get far before meeting Shangguan Feilong and the blood shark Xian. Feilong asked, "Little sister, are you all going for a walk too?" The Xian's eyes lit up like a hungry wolf after seeing Miss Lin. He smiled and said, "Brother Xuanguan and I are familiar with the Jian clan, we should go together." Hong Yujiao didn't want to go together with them, but she couldn't refuse so directly. Luckily, Jian Xiaotai came at the right time and the atmosphere settled down. "Everyone is up so early, where is Brother Li?" Jian Xiaotai wanted to bring Li Qie's group to more places around the Jian clan. He had a strange affection for Li Qie. Moreover, Li Qie represented Peacock Land, which meant that he would also stand for the human race in the future, so Jian Xiaotai was happy to befriend him. "We don't know." Hong Yujiao's group shook their heads as she replied, "Young noble Li has left much earlier. We don't know where he went." Jian Xiaotai said with a little disappointment, "Oh. The venerable ancestor came out today from his cultivation, so I wanted to introduce Brother Li to him. My big sis and Queen Gongsun have gone to meet his venerableness as well." Feilong immediately added. He spoke with an elated expression. After all, few could see the Jian grandfather, but his big sis was eligible to visit him. Jian Xiaotai looked at Hong Yujiao's group and suggested with a smile, "If everyone wants to take a walk, I'll show you the way while we wait for Brother Li to come back before making other plans." Hong Yujiao was quite relieved to hear this. They were worried since they weren't familiar with the mansion. Jian Xiaotai personally led the way and acted as a good host. Feilong and the Xian also shamelessly followed them with the intention of getting closer to Hong Yujiao and Miss Lin. It wasn't only the two girls that disliked the duo, the other disciples from the lake felt the same way. However, they weren't the host, so they couldn't do anything but let these two follow them. Despite being the successor of the clan, Jian Xiaotai didn't put on airs. He led the way while telling many interesting anecdotes from the clan, resulting in a lot of laughter. At the same time, Feilong and the Xian used this opportunity to get closer to the two girls. However, Hong Yujiao was polite yet distant towards Fei Long while Miss Lin was trying to stay as far away as possible to the scion. This annoyed the scion to no end. A sharp glint even flashed in his eyes. In his snobby mind, marrying him was Miss Lin's blessing, but she was clearly hiding from him. He intended to teach her a lesson later on so that she would come to learn her own status. Outside of certain forbidden locations, Xiao Tai took the group to many different places. He was especially attentive towards the disciples from the lake. They eventually passed by an ancient-styled courtyard. It had high walls so no one could see what was inside. Young noble Jian, what is this place? Zhang Baitu became curious at this fortress-like courtyard with its high walls. Jian Xiaotai stopped and explained, this is an old building in our clan that is normally closed and locked. I can't enter either. He knew very little about this old courtyard, only that it dated back to the era of their progenitor. As for its purpose, he and the other disciples simply did not know. Normally, this courtyard wouldn't be open to outsiders. He, as the successor, had only entered a few times. Alas, he failed to see through the mysteries inside and assumed that it was only a regular building. Young noble Jian, the door is open. A lake disciple walking ahead cried out and curiously looked inside. Jian Xiaotai was surprised to hear this and quickened his pace. Sure enough, the normally shut wooden door was actually open. Who opened it? Jian Xiaotai was caught off guard and immediately went inside. The disciples from the lake were curious and followed him. This courtyard was not large. There was a lot of green bamboo here with their shadows swaying around. When the wind blew by, the leaves would flutter. This was a very elegant place, great for contemplation. In the center of the courtyard was a stone table with chairs surrounding it, and on the table was a chessboard. A statue was situated on one side while a person sat opposite to it. Brother Li, why are you here? Jian Xiaotai was surprised to see the person seated in the chair. It was Li Qie. He sat there quietly as if he didn't hear the question. The rest of the group saw him and didn't think that he would be here after leaving so early in the morning. Chapter 1256, Torn Body and Crushed Bones. Li Qie seemed to be in a trance as he didn't answer anyone. This chess match was very messy. No one could see what kind of chess game this was because the pieces were placed outrageously, as if a little child had randomly put them there. The statue sitting on the other side seemed to be a woman, judging by its appearance. However, the style in which it was carved was very vague, so people couldn't discern her features. However, upon a closer inspection of its contours, it was clear that it wasn't the creator who chose to sculpt in this vague manner. It was because the woman didn't want the world to see her true appearance. It was hidden like Mount Lushan amidst the clouds. Li Qie remained there motionlessly, as if he had turned into stone as well. Brother Li, how did you get in? Jian Xiaotai took a look around and found that no one else was here. He became quite puzzled because if the people in the clan didn't open it, outsiders shouldn't have been able to enter. Nevertheless, Li Qie continued to sit there, frozen. Who knows if he was enchanted by the chess match or something else. All in all, he seemed to be shut off from the rest of the world. No one expected Li Qie to be playing chess against a statue after leaving so early in the morning. They took a look at the messy board and didn't understand what was going on. Miss Lin, who had a very favorable impression of him, bent down and whispered with a gentle demeanor, "Young noble, are you okay?" There was still no reply from the seemingly petrified Li Qie. The scion became jealous after seeing her gentle demeanor towards Li Qie. His eyes turned cold as he sneered, it's only a statue and a dumb game, what's the point of acting all mysterious? Does he really think he's all that, using this board to comprehend the grand Tao of the 9 heavens? He's just dressing up as God and playing the devil to act cool. Miss Lin, who already hated him, became even more unhappy. She frowned in response, young noble Li is deep in focus right now, who says he is pretending? Deep in focus? The scion became even more jealous after hearing Miss Lin speak out for Li Chia. He smirked and said with disdain, "That's only a broken statue. Does he need to contemplate so hard against a statue? Only a fool would need to do so. Perhaps this statue was picked up from a rubbish heap, a work without any craftsmanship or art, a piece of garbage that only a fool would take seriously." Jian Xiaotia's expression soured after hearing this, but he was a cultured person and didn't show his hostility in public. Unfortunately, the scion was blinded by his own jealousy and didn't think too much or notice the look on Jian Xiaotia's face. Feilong also shook his head and laughed. "Scion, you shouldn't laugh at the guy. People can be a little bit eccentric. Staring at a statue in a daze, this is nothing, only a type of mental disorder. I heard some miracle doctors can cure this illness in the Dragon Demon Sea. Li Chia ruined his business with Hong Yujiao time and time again, so Feilong wanted to kill him. Because of this, he naturally seized this opportunity to ridicule him. Mental disorder? The scion sneered, "This is far worse than a mental disorder. It is an abnormal and perverted taste. Only an extremely wretched scoundrel would have fantasies towards such an ugly statue, only a monster would be interested in this stone abomination." The scion had lost his rational restraints and didn't realize that his words were offending other people. Jian Xiaotia's expression was becoming worse and worse. Prior to this, he was indifferent towards Feilong's taunting of Li Chia. After all, that was their personal feud. But now, the scion not only insulted Li Chia, but also the statue. This was a great symbol in their clan, so how could Jian Xiaotai not become mad? At this time, Li Chia suddenly stood up and went outside. "Oh. Did I touch a nerve? Are you too ashamed now and want to run away?" The scion guffawed and felt the joy of victory after seeing Li Chia leaving without a word. Feilong echoed cheerfully as well, "Looks like he is at least aware of his lowliness. Scion, you exposing his fetish left him no face to stay here any longer. Roll out here and accept your death lest your lowly blood stain the serenity of this place." Li Chia coldly uttered from outside of the ancient courtyard. The initially angry scion became even more furious. He snorted in response, "Li, you think I'm afraid of you? The person who is about to die has yet to be determined." With that, he rushed outside as well. "That's right, don't think you can run rampant just because you are a tree father's disciple." Feilong snorted and darted outside. Li Chia was emotionless. This time around, the host, Jian Xiaotai, didn't bother interfering. He stood there with both arms crossed in front of his chest and indifferently watched events unfold. He was angry this time. It was already quite polite of him to not attack the scion for insulting his ancestor, let alone stopping the fight. Li Chia gave him a chilling glare before leisurely asking, "How do the two of you want to die? So confident." Feilong sneered and coldly responded, "Li Chia, do you really think we are fish on the chopping block? The only reason I have yet to kill you is because Queen Gongsun has already claimed your dog life. But if you provoke me, I'll still kill you all the same. Less blabbering, come together, I will give you two the first strike." Li Chia was unusually cold. Those who knew him would find this whole scene very surprising and become frightened. They knew that when he had such a cold appearance, his bloodthirst would be roused. At such a juncture, he would start killing without mercy no matter who the opponent might be. In fact, Li Chia viewed these two as ants, so he could turn a deaf ear to their jeering. Unfortunately, they were fatally naive and insulted the statue. After uttering those words, their fates were sealed. No one would be able to save them from certain demise. How arrogant. The scion crazily laughed before stating, "Li, who the hell do you think you are? Do you really think that having a tree father for a master is that great? My ancestor was an invincible sea god. Your background is nothing in comparison." The blood shark sovereign from their village had been recognized by the Trident, but it eventually abandoned him, so he failed to become a full-fledged sea god. Nevertheless, the village still took pride in him being accepted by the Trident and claimed that their ancestor was a sea god. Li Qiye coldly declared without batting an eye, "Go, I shall kill the both of you with one move." Feilong angrily replied, "Very well, Li Qiye. The Scion and I will test your skill." The Scion took out a crimson blade with a bloody mist billowing around it. He licked his lips while his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint before speaking, "Little animal, my blade has not tasted blood in a long time, I'll let it have its fill today." Miss Lin turned pale from shock and kindly reminded Li Qiye, "Young noble, be careful of his blade." Her demeanor only further ignited the Scion's fury. He furiously screamed, "Little animal, die." With that, his body turned into a bloody ray as he came slashing towards Li Qiye. A bang was followed by a snap, and then the harsh sound of bones cracking. Everyone saw Li Qiye fling the Scion straight to the ground with one hand. The ground cracked along with the Scion's flesh. Li Qiye then grabbed him by the leg and continued to smash him mercilessly, causing his blood to splash everywhere. Li Qiye was too fast and no one could even see how the Scion fell into his hands. They only saw the smashing, fleshy bits began to fly alongside the blood. At this time, these broken bits of meat were still bouncing on the ground, drenched in warm blood. Chapter 1257, Cemetery. This scene of carnage was simply too shocking. Hong Yujiao and the disciples from the lake all felt the urge to puke. They had heard of the phrase, torn body and crushed bones. However, they had never actually witnessed bones breaking into powder until today. This was truly the embodiment of torn body and crushed bones. They quivered after seeing this bloody display. Only Jian Xiaotai stood there coolly. This was within his expectations. Li Qiye lifted his head and coldly stared at Shangguan Feilong without taking action just yet. Feilong's legs were trembling. He wasn't that much stronger than the Scion. No, the Scion was actually stronger than him, and yet he was annihilated in just one move. This result left him pissing his pants in horror. You, don't come over here. Don't come over here." After seeing Li Qiye inching closer, he stumbled several steps back with a pale countenance. He was truly scared out of his mind this time. However, Li Qiye continued to take one step after another while glaring at him. "You, don't do anything foolish." Feilong kept on stumbling backward while shouting, I am the Crown Prince of Wyvern, my sister is the mistress of the Roaring Conch while my brother-in-law is the Sea Shield Prince. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, my sister will not spare you. My wyvern will root out your 9 clans. Li Qiye continued his stride without replying. "Young noble Jian, hurry and save me." After noticing that Li Qiye had no intention of stopping, Feilong had to shout at Jian Xiaotai to try to grab onto him as a life-saving straw. Jian Xiaotai wanted to say something, but after seeing Li Qiye's cold expression and determined steps, he knew that it would be a futile endeavor. "Brother Shangguan, this is your personal feud, I'm afraid it is not my place to intervene." Jian Xiaotai realized that those who try to stop Li Qiye would only be seeking their own destruction. He didn't want to be someone else's cannon fodder. Stop! Feilong screamed louder as Li Qiye approached, I won't marry Hong Yujiao then. You can have her, okay? In the face of death, Feilong desperately said everything he could, he would do anything just to survive. Hong Yujiao immediately looked at him with disdain after hearing this. The disciples of the lake gave him the same glance. Li Qiye stopped and coldly told Feilong, I will give you a chance to attack. Feilong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, If you stand still, I'll do it. Very well, I will give you a chance and stand still. Li Qiye flatly replied while looking at the weak-legged Feilong. Feilong went on, You must keep your word and not move at all or else I'll be the winner. Li Qiye indifferently said, Quickly, I won't move, however, Li Qiye couldn't even finish his sentence before Feilong began to desperately run away with all of his strength. At this moment, he wished his mother had given him 2 more legs to allow him to flee even faster. Li Qiye couldn't help but shake his head disapprovingly after seeing the frantic escape. His eyes turned cold with a flash that shot out as fast as a divine arrow. No, right when the next enclosure was within his sight, Feilong suddenly felt a jolt of pain and had to scream. Next, his corpse fell to the ground with a loud thump. Li Qiye nonchalantly murmured after killing Feilong with his glare, daring to cultivate with such a Tao heart. Even the lake's disciples looked down on him at this moment. Even though the bloodshark scion was loathful, at least he was still a fierce character. Feilong gave up his own marriage and showed that he would hand over his fiancée to someone else just to survive. After disposing of the 2, Li Qiye acted as if nothing had happened. He ordered Xiaotai before entering the old courtyard again, "Xiaotai, I'll leave them to you." Squeak. After his entry, the wooden doors to the courtyard suddenly shut tight. Xiaotai wanted to speak, but Li Qiye had already locked himself inside. In the end, he could only sigh. A disciple from the lake said with admiration, "Young noble Li is so powerful." Another one added, "He is the disciple of an ancestral tree, how could he not be powerful?" Hong Yujia watched as his shadow disappeared into the courtyard and lamented with a sigh as well. This person was a dragon shrouded in clouds and mists, no one could truly see through him. Miss Lin was temporarily frozen while recalling Li Qiye's invincible demeanor and style when he stood up for her. A long time passed before she calmed down as her face inadvertently blushed. After going inside, Li Qiye sat down before the chess board again to look at the statue in a daze. After a while, he lamented, "The burden I feel whenever I come here has kept me from coming back for all this time, but I have to leave in this generation, so let me see you one more time." With that, he raised a chess piece and placed it down on the board again. The whole scheme of the board suddenly changed, the movement of one piece could stabilize the universe. Buzz. The atmosphere of the board resembled an ocean of stars. It was vast and endless as it slowly swirled like a vortex. Li Qiye stepped inside this starry vortex and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he regained his sight, he found himself in a place with beautiful mountains and rivers. In this place was the warm sunlight accompanied by a pleasant spring breeze. The sunlight was very gentle like the sweet embrace of a woman. There was a small hillside. The entire hill was spread like a palm to hug someone. It was covered with grassy plains, and one would smell a comfortable fragrance if they were to rest here. 2 rows of treasure bamboos were planted to the left and right sides of this hill. These extremely precious trees exuded purple glows, each one was priceless. At the same time, there was an old well on one side that emitted an ethereal mist. A purple hue could be found within, and the plumes of this mist continued to emanate throughout the entire hill. This well that was engulfed in a purple mist resembled an immortal land, while its wondrous brilliance made it seem as if there was an incredible item buried at the bottom. Upon a careful inspection, one would find a tablet within the mist-filled land. It had the appearance of an antique, indicating that it was made from the legendary celestial violet stone. It was truly extravagant to carve a tombstone out of this celestial stone. Fewer than few people in this world were able to enjoy such treatment. Not even a god king was eligible for this grand gesture. In memory of Jian Wenxin, this was written on the tablet. Just these 5 words alone could last for an eternity. The withering of time failed to erode it. Li Qiye was petrified while standing before the tablet. He eventually lied down on the grass in front of it. He slowly closed his eyes as if he wanted to sleep here. Everything became incredibly quiet and peaceful, a state of gentle repose. After a long time, he opened his eyes to look at the well as he spoke with a faint smile, "You know, when I took the dragon well in order to bring a spirit vein to this place, the geezer from the giant dragon mountain was very unhappy. After so many years, that old man is still so stingy. His greedy nature probably won't ever change." The world remained silent. No one could talk or respond in this serenity. So much time has passed that I have let go of what should be let go of. I have made peace with the past. Li Qiye looked at the blue sky and chuckled, but that girl, Hong Tian, will not let it go. She won't admit her mistake back then and refuses to stand down. Alas, being right or wrong doesn't matter to me since I have lived for so long. Both of you did what you did for my sake. The world remained still, no response could be found. Among the winding distant years, not too many people have understood me and know of my desire. Li Qiye heaved a sentimental sigh and continued, "It is a pity that you wanted an ordinary life. Perhaps your endless wisdom allowed you to see through the prosperity of this world. In your eyes, a mundane life was the most precious thing. After experiencing the pains in life, you wanted to pursue an ordinary happiness and hoped to have a warm home. Alas, I am destined to go on a long journey and you couldn't hold me back. Of course, I didn't force you to follow me into endless wars, an endless cycle of murder." Li Qiye sighed softly. "You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.